Okay.
Oh, we're going over there?
You know, I think it's even with papers.
You know, if you want to.
Oh, that's fine. It's fine.
Everybody wants. You surprised me with it.
So you mean, so your timing is to work here? Because I didn't time my remarks. What's the best way to time? Well, you say, right, I know. But
Nobody does. So at about 12 minutes.
you hold that up.
I'd rather not do.
We get the guy.
Well, they're doing me
Are you leaving immediately afterward?
no, I don't have to rush out.
Okay.
You can praise us after. Georgetown sign, they're not in front of you. Yes, it's good. It's a placement.
We all learned to do that many years
I
ago.
know.
We've had the US ones that don't do that. Behind you.
So they can't cut it out. Keep it on one side. Probably different names. It's not for what we say. It's only. Right down. Oh, there.
Oh, here it is. Well, let us start the second session, if we will, please. My name's Tom McNaugher. I teach in the Security Studies program at Georgetown. And I have anticipated this panel in particular with great interest because as sort of your typical American national security analyst, I think of China as a rule breaker more than a rule maker, and I think it's a stroke of genius to sort of put this panel here so we can talk about the other side of that coin. And to do that, we have three really terrific, experienced panelists. I'll introduce them in the order in which they're sitting, which is also in the order in which they're speaking, with the only admonition that we do try to hold to 10 to 15 minutes, which, as I told the panelists, it's just impossible. Nobody speaks for just 10 minutes, but I'd like you to really give it a try. Susan Lawrence is at the Congressional Research Service, where she's an Asia specialist. She lived in China for 13 years, most of that as a journalist for the likes of the Far Eastern Economic Review, Wall Street Journal, the U.S. News and World Report. Fluent in Mandarin, and I think probably fluent in the way China sees the world and sees itself as well. Robert Daly is the director of the Kissinger Center on the U.S. and China at the Woodrow Wilson Center. Came down there just last year from Maryland, where he ran the China Project, but about 11 years in China, including 6 directing the Nanjing Center, which I regard as a very special place. Again, fluent in Mandarin and has interviewed and translated for, interpreted for several Chinese high-level officials, American high-level officials. Patrick Clausen, like me, is not fluent in Mandarin. He's fluent in Pentagonese, which is an equally different tonal language, and it's hard because it changes all the time. Those acronyms just keep getting longer and longer. He is now Senior Director and Director of the Asia Program at CNAS, the Center for New American Security. If you look at his longer bio, you'll see he's been in a number of places and has always written very, very cogently about U.S. national security, in particular about Asian issues. So with that, let me turn this over to Susan, and we'll get started talking about China as a rule maker.
I'd like to start by thanking Georgetown, Oriana, and USIP for the invitation to be here. And I'm speaking in my personal capacity, and my views don't necessarily represent those of CRS. This panel is on China as rule maker. The framing language that you will have seen in the brochure about the conference seemed to assign two meanings to that phrase. The first one was China as joiner, as participant in the international system, epitomized by its decision to join most international and regional organizations. And the second meaning is China as rule maker in the international system in the sense of playing a leadership role, actively proposing changes to the international order. So I'm going to split my remarks into those two categories. Starting with China as joiner. China has been an enthusiastic joiner in recent decades, making up for time lost as the junior partner in the Sino-Soviet alliance and in the aftermath of the Korean War. China, of course, joined the United Nations and took on the seat on the Security Council held by the Republic of China, Taiwan in 1971. Its membership in international organizations picked up after 1978. It has now joined most UN-affiliated agencies, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and so on. It began efforts to join the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade in 1986, and finally joined the GATT's successor organization, the World Trade Organization, of course, in 2001. Nonetheless, for most of the time since 1971, China has often been described as under-participating in global governance. A 2009 study by the Center for American Progress described China as in the ring, but punching below its weight. Chinese scholars have characterized China's role differently as admirably restrained. Chinese scholars sometimes seek appreciation for the fact that China has generally not sought to use its UN Security Council seat, for example, as a way to counterbalance or block the United States. One imperfect metric of China's activity may be vetoes in the UN Security Council. China cast its first veto in 1972, blocking Bangladesh's UN membership because China considered Bangladesh to be a breakaway province of Pakistan, its ally. But it didn't use its veto again for 25 years until 1997, when it vetoed a resolution to send ceasefire observers to Guatemala because of Guatemala's diplomatic relations with Taiwan. And China abstained on the 1991 Gulf War resolution, allowing the Gulf War to happen. They voted for the ultimatum to Iraq leading up to the Second Gulf War. They voted for Resolution 1386, authorizing the International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan. So China sort of basically wants credit for not blocking the United States with that position. But of course, the list of vetoes doesn't reflect situations in which China wielded influence with its threat of a veto, or otherwise may have informally influenced the behavior or actions of other members. Moving on to China as rule maker. Many observers have remarked on an apparent gradual shift in China's attitude toward the international system in the last few years. A desire to move cautiously beyond the Deng Xiaoping dictum of Taoguang Yanghui, this idea that China should keep its head down, not take the lead, focus on domestic development. And that dictum has been in place since the fall of the Soviet Union. It's still officially there, but there's now a lot of debate about how much China should feel guided by that. We're seeing senior Chinese officials indicating a desire to pursue gradual changes to the international system. An example, November 2013, last year, State Councilor Yang Jiechi, China's most senior diplomat, stated that China wants to, quote, pursue incremental progress in adjusting and reforming the international system. That appears to mean preserving the authority of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, but wanting the UN to renew and improve itself and play a bigger role. It means securing a greater role for emerging markets and developing countries in the global system, for example, the G20. China really likes the G20. Reforming the international monetary and financial systems to give China a bigger role. Ensuring a global development agenda that is firmly focused on economic development and poverty alleviation and not on promoting democracy, democratic governance. China is also engaged in a parallel effort to create new institutions in which China can be a rule maker from the start. One example is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Its mission includes, quote, moving towards the establishment of a new democratic, just and rational political and economic international order. Principles of the SCO include ideas like respect for the diversity of cultures, which is a byword for not pursuing democracy promotion in places like China. It's also got a major focus on tackling what the SCO countries call terrorism, separatism, and extremism. And that, of course, just that formulation reflects China's role as a rule maker in this situation. China, of course, uses that phrase, the terrorism, separatism, and extremism, to justify its actions in places like Xinjiang and Tibet. And it calls those three things the three evils. And yet, the SCO, all of the SCO countries have signed on to that focus. And the SCO countries, Kazakhstan, China, Kyrgyz Republic, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. Observers are Afghanistan, India, Iran, Mongolia, and Pakistan. China's also seeking to be a rule maker in the context of the BRICS, the BRICS grouping, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It has established the China-Africa Cooperation Forum and now expanded on. We now have also a China-Arab Cooperation Forum, and it looks like this year there will be a new China Community of Latin American and Caribbean States Forum. So basically the three major regions, China is now setting up specific entities for China's relationships with those whole continents. China has also, under Xi Jinping, is pursuing two very high-profile initiatives which China is portraying as an example of the way that it is beginning to innovate in foreign policy and create rules by being the innovator, by being the country that's putting out these ideas. So one is the Silk Road economic belt, proposed when Xi Jinping was in Kazakhstan. The other is the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, which is leveraging the China-ASEAN Maritime Cooperation Fund, which China established. That was proposed when Xi Jinping visited Indonesia, and I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about those two initiatives in the months to come. They're becoming very high profile in China. Part of the shift in China's approach to the international system is in statements saying that China is willing to step forward and shoulder greater international responsibilities, which is something the United States has long urged China to do. Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, for example, last fall pledged that China would fully and more actively involve ourselves in international affairs and work closely with other countries to meet intricate global challenges and tackle difficult issues facing mankind. He promised to provide more public goods to the international community. As examples of China's provision of public goods, China points to its active participation in UN peacekeeping missions, points to its anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden, its diplomacy related to North Korea, and in August, China will be hosting the ministerial conference of the Istanbul process on Afghanistan. China's also said it's willing to get more involved with Afghanistan. Another area in which I think we'll be seeing more Chinese activity, which may lead to more rulemaking, is China's pledge to do more to protect the interests of Chinese overseas. There are now 100 million Chinese traveling abroad every year, 20,000 Chinese companies operating overseas, and China is now much more overtly making this part of China's foreign policy agenda. And finally, part of the shift, China is now casting more vetoes in the UN Security Council. So from 1997 to the present, you remember from 1972 to 1997, there were no vetoes. From 1997 to the present, China has used its veto 7 times, 5 times following Russia's lead. The last 3 vetoes in 2011 and 2012 were on resolutions championed by the United States related to Syria, of course. But China abstained on the UN Security Council vote on the Crimea issue, which Russia vetoed. So I will put that out here. I think all 3 of us are going to be talking on kind of different aspects of this question, which is good. And we will then discuss how they all mesh. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'd like to thank Oriana for putting this together, and also to congratulate you on the structure of the day, which is very enticing. As I went through your schedule, I was very glad to, I hope, have the time to be here to listen to the other panels as well. It's a very good conference. When I was given this topic, China as a rule maker, I had some of the same thoughts. China hasn't proposed that many rules as such. And so I went back, as I often do if I'm looking at something in a comparative context, United States and China, to etymologies to try to see whether we meant different things in English by rule than the Chinese do primarily by guizi, because it's often the case when we speak, for example, of education and jiaoyu, that they're fundamentally different concepts. Interestingly, etymologically, notions of rule and guizi are quite similar. They both come from the idea of making straight and from measurement and delineation initially. Now, the processes of rule making in the United States, broadly internationally, and in China are quite different, particularly with reference to notions of who gets to participate. But what I wanted to focus on, and here thinking back to the first panel and to Professor Wang Zheng's comments in particular, is the degree to which rules are culturally construed in both the Western and the Chinese tradition. They are not static. Rules evolve to reflect changes in values, technologies, and power relationships. And so we tend to, I think, overall in the United States, we tend to describe and to judge the efficacy of rules based on whether or not they form the foundation for human flourishing and for human interaction, including economic interactions, security interactions, et cetera. Does the rule provide a good and fair foundation from below for human activity? Whereas in China, it's more often the case that a rule is seen as imposing order on chaos from above. And we often run into this difficulty when we speak of international rules and the question of whose notion of what rules are for is going to predominate. So that in some of the examples that Susan Lawrence just gave of China as a rule maker, I think there is a question in some of these institutions, these organizations, these policies, whether we are really talking about rules as such or as mechanisms for power projection and influence on the Chinese side. And so it's tough to make these distinctions all the time, but it's worth, I think, making the effort. Earlier you spoke also of the culturalist lens through which China approaches these issues, and I think that's correct in the case of rules. Rules are also designed to create and to perpetuate a culture. And often this function of rulemaking is not explicit, but it can be, and I'm thinking, of course, because Georgetown is sponsoring this event with the Institute of Peace, we have the rule of St. Benedict, the rule of St. Augustine, the rule of St. Francis, and of course the rule of St. Ignatius Loyola. And this once common, now less common notion of a rule is a way of life that enforces a discipline, schedules, rituals, declarations of faith, in order to cultivate certain virtues, certain practices. Actually, the whip that was used in some of the harsher orders for self-flagellation, that was actually called the discipline by the people who used it. And so this notion of the rule as perpetuating a set of disciplines and cultures is not altogether unknown to the CCP in its histories. This is another sense of rule that I would like to bring in. So rules, I think, are inseparable from values and from cultural practices, which is one of the reasons that we've had so much difficulty in working with China on this front. This week in the States, of course, we've seen this in the US. We've been debating rules about affirmative action, about land use rights in the Clive and Bundy case. My last comment on that, but I think that in talking to China, or with China, about its role as a rule maker, we need to bear in mind the inadequacy, the inconsistency, and the changing character of our own rulemaking. So what are China's attitudes toward the making of rules to date? Well, we don't have a whole lot of evidence to go on, although it was somewhat encouraging just this week to have in Qingdao a new agreement reached on a non-binding code of maritime conduct. It's encouraging. We'll see how it goes. We can also look to China's recent international behavior as a clue to its attitudes toward rulemaking, and I think that certainly over the past year or so, the evidence there has been far less encouraging when we look at the East China Sea and the South China Sea, where we have declarations of interests rather than rulemaking activity. And as its power grows, another ongoing indicator of China's attitude toward rules is China's own domestic laws. It is becoming clear, I would argue, that China's first instinct and preference in treating problems and people beyond its borders is to treat them as it treats problems and people within its borders. This isn't unique to China. It's not really very surprising. But that kind of treatment often can threaten established and emerging international norms that much of the rest of the world regards as essential to the functioning of modern nations. And indeed, I would argue many of these rules are essential to China's own efforts to develop an innovative knowledge economy. And so there's a tension that we see in China, and Professor Zhu Feng referred in the first panel to this paradox between a desire to be involved, a desire to be integrated, a desire to benefit from international rules, which are sometimes at variance with the domestic rules that are very strongly enforced by China. We see a paradox in that China's domestic standards, for example, treatment of individuals, treatment of labor, the environment, the free flow of information, protection of intellectual property rights, Chinese attitudes toward the rule of law and the role of law are not commensurate with established international norms. And China experiences this as a big problem. It describes it as its problem in controlling discourse, 话语权. It sees very little room to defend or promulgate its own standards for rules that it sees working for it domestically, internationally, because the discursive field is already occupied. It's hard for China to step out. And that is why I think that what kind of rulemaker China will become is going to depend on its ability to resolve this sort of why, internal or domestic, international paradox, which is what I understood Zhu Feng to be referring to. In other words, it is Chinese exceptionalism, China's uniqueness, which we discussed in the first panel, which, like all exceptionalisms, doesn't meld easily with principles of international law. And the attempt to work with China as a co-rule maker is further complicated by Chinese views toward its foreign policy, deeply held beliefs among Chinese elites, but also among Chinese people more broadly, which were also referred to in passing in the first panel. The belief that China is fundamentally and characteristically peaceful, that it never has and never will threaten a neighbor. Therefore, incursions in the Scarborough Shoal cannot be threats. This is the argument. It is also strongly believed that China also respects nations and peoples and never interferes in the internal affairs of other countries, that it does not seek to change the systems of other nations, that Chinese foreign policy is always correct, and that China is never at fault in international conflicts. This makes it, this belief, which I think is fairly deeply held in China, and which I'm sure many of you have encountered in the past, and if you haven't, I'd be happy to send you some speeches and articles that make this point. But this disposition that China is never at fault, is always peaceful, this makes it more than usually difficult for China to accept international judgments, whether they're from the WTO or, for example, with the case that the Philippines is bringing about the Spratlys. How are we going to reconcile these deeply held beliefs about China's correctness with international judgments? Furthermore, China, it is believed, as a historical victim, is incapable of being an aggressor. The very suggestion is almost oxymoronic from the Chinese point of view. Xi Jinping at Davos in 2014 said that China will never seek hegemony because, quote, this is not in the DNA of the country given our long historical and cultural background. So these beliefs about Chinese foreign policy are going to make it, I say, difficult, these ideas of Chinese exceptionalism, for it to make and co-design rules as such. On the other hand, that's sort of the negative side of the equation. On the more positive side, China is aware that it is changing. When I first went to China as a diplomat in the late 80s, and I would, unfortunately, embarrassingly, preach to China in those days about all the things it should do, my Chinese friends would say, well, 这是个过程. This is a process. And of course, this is very tough as an American because it's so transparently an excuse and it's so undeniably true at the same time. So it makes it sometimes tough to have these conversations. But certainly there's a very healthy discourse among Chinese policymakers and in the universities about the fact that China needs to integrate, as had been mentioned. China is also understandably uncertain about what it wants and where it is headed. I was in a panel yesterday with Jia Qingguo of Beijing University, and he made this point strongly and quite convincingly that one of the reasons for China's silence about its desires and rules is that it doesn't know. China is changing very quickly, and we spoke earlier this morning about the need for empathy, and this is, I think, one of the areas where we have to exercise it some of the time. So this uncertainty is one of the things that is making China a hesitant rulemaker. It is conflicted, and so it rails against the supposed injustices of the existing world order, even as it games that order with great success, and increasingly now recognizes that it is a beneficiary and therefore that its interests are to refine, certainly not to overthrow that order. Yuan Peng of the China Institutes for Contemporary International Research writes about this in a book I'd recommend called Debating China, a series of dialogues about major issues in US-China relations. And Yuan Peng wrote, "China itself has not yet made adequate psychological and strategic preparations for changes in the international system." Therefore, quoting but from a separate part of his article, "China will continue to play the role of constructive participant and gradual reformer." And I don't think that we will see this changing in the very near term. So this question of what China becomes as a rule maker is really inseparable from questions about China's modernization and integration into a rapidly evolving world generally. Its rulemaking, I would not expect its rulemaking capacity to get out ahead of other aspects of 对外开放 and its opening policies. So, in closing, how should the U.S., faced with so many international problems, the need to work closely with China economically and across the board, but we're dealing with a China that is uncertain, although it's quite comfortable declaring what it doesn't like about the existing rules, but it's uncertain about proposing new rules. How should we best work with China? First, I think that it is incumbent upon the U.S. and other countries to make clear to China that it is welcome as a participant, an active participant in the rulemaking process. We do not expect it to be just a responsible stakeholder, a phrase that to the Chinese means we welcome your rise as long as you play by the existing rules. China does have a legitimate interest in refining those rules for a changing world, and I think could have something positive to contribute to them, although it hasn't really begun to do so yet. So looking for ways to work jointly with China and to try to listen to China is going to require, I think, a humility and a patience on our part that doesn't always come naturally, even as we have to insist on upholding certain fundamental principles. I think the best way to have these dialogues with China is to try to focus in rulemaking with China in areas where China recognizes that it has equities and where it can come to rulemaking not as a latecomer, but more or less as an equal. It's a good idea to start on new frontiers. There aren't so many of those. We have them in space, and we have them obviously in cyberspace, and the new frontiers for rulemaking come to us now mostly not from geography, but from technology. Rules about the human genome, for example, and how that is going to be treated. Technology raises privacy questions internationally that China recognizes as such, as it potentially impinging on the rights of individuals. These are very good opportunities to work with China as an equal, as rulemakers, where some of the paranoia that was described earlier can tend to drop away. So I think there is room on the positive side to work with China as a rule maker, and I think it's essential that we do so. On the negative side, China, as has been mentioned, has this idea of 大国主义, of big country relations and big country prerogatives that would sometime seem to preclude rulemaking in the normal circumstances. We don't always agree with China on the rules for rules. We disagree about rules in the first instance, and we sometimes disagree about what constitutes a rule. Should a rule, for example, on the use of EEZs apply equally to all countries? This is something China has difficulty answering. So China, as I say, to date remains largely silent as a rule maker because of uncertainty, because it has problems with discourse. I think it doesn't know how to express its desires without sometimes frightening people. And also, I believe, because it sees time as being on its side. It sees America as in at least relative decline and China as rising, and therefore the later China declares a rule or makes a deal, the better the deal China is likely to get. These Chinese attitudes toward rule-based order, I think, have serious strategic consequences in the immediate term that we have to deal with. But the underlying challenges for China are cultural, and cultures change slowly. The CCP's default attitudes toward rules are still based on self-interest, maintaining order, maintaining discipline, and on maintaining virtues that are idiosyncratic to the Chinese system. And as the Benedictines and the Franciscans know, that really doesn't work so well except in the cloister. When you're opening to the outside world, it's a little bit tougher, and that's where we have to work. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm Patrick Cronin. I'm the Senior Director at the Center for New American Security, and it's great to be back at the U.S. Institute of Peace and with Georgetown University Security Studies program. I've worked at both institutions. They're tremendous institutions, and I think today's event shows just how strong their current program is as well. I think Oriana asked me to talk maybe a bit more about the specific security issues we face today. I've tried to cover some of the same ground as the two previous speakers who've done a better job than I've done, but I will, just for the sake of letting you know my outline of an article I'm finishing, give you at least the punchlines, because I see China as a partial rule maker and a partial rule breaker. Going back to Tom's earlier point, yes, they break the rules as well, and they also make them, and sometimes they just are not interested in the rules, breaking them or making them. When you think, I've tried to ask three questions. One is, what does it mean to be a rule maker? And I think one of the points I'd make here is that from an American perspective, you'd expect predictability, you'd expect transparency, and you'd expect a sense of fairness. And without those three qualities of predictability, like the 9-dash line, does it apply to land features? Well, maybe, maybe not. There's no predictability. There's no predictability in this issue. How about transparency? Well, there's no transparency either, because you can't really see inside China's decision-making. It's so difficult. There's so many actors. I hesitate to ever say China as a rule maker, because what is China? And is there a sense of fairness? Well, from a Chinese perspective, yes, but it's historically based. And that's so rich, as we just heard, that it's very difficult to try to put that in our, especially American, but more generally Western context. So that's why I want to move on to a second question about the scope of rules being made, because I think it really is important to differentiate the kind of rules we're talking about. And so when we focus on the hard issue, the neuralgic issues between, say, US and China on security, and between China and some of its neighbors on security, especially the maritime domain, but you can increasingly bring in issues like cybersecurity, you start to see the pattern of Chinese rule sort of making and breaking. There's no doubt that China is looking at this as a justification for power projection as much as rules. I think, as Robert just suggested, that is to say, it's both. They're interested in the rules, but not if it touches upon and infringes upon what they think are core national interests. And that's a loaded term as well, because that could be changing as China reawakens maybe old claims, not necessarily new claims, but new interests in old claims is leading to a greater desire for influence over those old claims where this new awakened power of China. Again, the 9-dash line, also the East China Sea, including the Air Defense Identification Zone, can be seen as sort of an extension of China's conscious power projection toward its near seas, not necessarily out of an imperious desire, but what they think is a historical right. And that's why this rights movement in China is becoming a more dominant strand of decision-making influence than, say, ideology. Chinese clearly prefer bilateral agreements with smaller neighbors than and they don't want binding sort of agreements, certainly through a multilateral mechanism. Those seem to be true throughout all their negotiations on security. We can certainly talk about this with respect to the Philippines, Scarborough Shoal, in terms of moving the Philippines out. They used, of course, the rationale that the Philippines brought in a Navy ship, which was a very, very old American Coast Guard cutter, dressed up as the Philippine Navy ship, to sort of enforce domestic Philippine law on poaching. And that allowed China to justify moving in their civilian law enforcement agency ships and basically control now Scarborough Shoal. They've also moved, in terms of Second Thomas Reef in the Spratlys, to stake a territorial claim over a submerged feature, a land feature, which doesn't offer any territorial claim because it is submerged, and yet they're taking on the Philippines on this issue. And they're also, as Robert mentioned, not participating in the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea arbitration case, at least to this point. They can do so at any point over the coming months or even years. This may play out through 2016, but they don't really want to get into a binding arbitration through that international mechanism. They prefer to deal with this bilaterally between the disputants, between the claimants, and they want to have a binding agreement bilaterally that favors the Chinese sort of point of view. In the East China Sea, where you have a bigger power, Japan, here the Chinese made it very clear to me, at least in many meetings, most recently in Australia last week, that they will not sign up to kind of confidence-building measures and risk reduction measures that are meaningful with Japan until Japan makes good on acknowledging the dispute, acknowledging some Chinese dispute over administrative control over the Senkaku Diaoyu Islands. Islands which now President Obama has just clarified U.S. policy, but not a new policy. It's the old policy. But he's articulated as President of the United States to say that Article 5 of the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty does indeed cover territories administered by Japan, and we recognize that those islands are administered by Japan because when we reverted Okinawa and the islands back to Japan with a 71 agreement that started in 1972, we said, Japan, you now have administrative control. So that's just a statement of fact. It stops short of saying that's a sovereign claim. It simply states the facts according to post-World War II history from a U.S. perspective. Nonetheless, it's likely to flout Chinese expectations. So Chinese will compete and will raise up the temperature even more on this issue, just as they did with the Air Defense Identification Zone last November, where they took a legal mechanism, a legal right to have an ADIZ, but they used it when they were not happy with the United States sort of supporting the normalization of Japan's defense posture, the 2+2 agreement between defense and foreign ministers last October, where the United States basically got behind Prime Minister Abe and said, yes, we support this. And now those statements have become even stronger and more clear in the statements that just came out of the summit meeting in Tokyo. So you can expect that this rights diplomacy from China, this competition, this unwillingness to engage in serious hotlines between Japan and China will grow. Now, you're saying, but we're just reading these stories about the Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea, CUES. Yes, well, let's talk about CUES for just a minute and put that in context. So this is actually less rigorous than the binding regulations that are already on the books that the Chinese and Americans have signed up to, among others, the coal regs, which go back and have a standing in international law that are binding, and they apply to military and civilian shipping alike in terms of avoiding these kinds of dangerous incidents. CUES is voluntary. Chinese immediately came out and said, by the way, they're not only voluntary, but they don't apply to internal territorial waters. Well, what are internal territorial waters? Is it the 9-dash line? Well, you haven't clarified what you mean by the 9-dash line, so we don't know. So the lack of predictability, again, is an ongoing problem and dilemma here for China as a rule maker. Now, it does help symbolically, though, so it's a good thing. Everybody up here, I'm sure, wants to encourage China to be more a part of the international system. We're trying to encourage this kind of rulemaking, participation, and we're trying to figure out where's the middle ground. How do you get to the happy medium? But they can't be rules at the expense of others. And so that's why this Western Pacific Naval Symposium, which is one of the major de facto institutions in the maritime space across the Indo-Pacific region, is an important opportunity for China to show that it is interested in joining the rules and making those rules. It's a good sign symbolically. We're about to host them for the very first time as a participant in the Rim of the Pacific naval exercise this summer. So it was very important for China to join CUES before the Rim Pact. But again, as I say, this is not the Incidents at Sea agreement between the US and the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Those were serious, professional maritime documents that applied to surface and air domains. Not to submarines, by the way. Why? US submariners didn't want any rules in the stealthy subsurface. That's another issue altogether. So, there are rules, and, when you make the rules, you can kind of make the rules cover the issues that you want to cover. And the fact is that, frankly, subsurface, surface, and air, not to mention cyber and space, are all going to be more competitive in sort of in the years ahead in these issues. We also touched on earlier the exclusive economic zone, and the interpretations differ between China and the United States when it comes to naval activity within the 200 nautical mile limits. China has a minority view on this that's shared by a few other countries that it's pushing, but it's doing so within the scope of international law. That is, it's our Chinese interpretation that you should not be able to conduct spying essentially inside our 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone because UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, says that you have to pay due regard to coastal countries. And the Americans and most of the other nations who follow UNCLOS, even though we haven't ratified it, blight on us, but nonetheless, we follow, as an executive law, UNCLOS principles and customary law, and we think that, no, you're allowed to conduct this kind of peaceful activity. We think peaceful activity, not hostile activity, inside EEZs, and other countries are allowed to do it within ours, as they did during the Cold War. Anyway, so this is a long way of saying that China's a partial rulemaker. It's conditional. It is seeking power projection as much as rules. It's seeking greater influence. It's also seeking to keep the outside world, the periphery, calm. That's why peripheral diplomacy is more important than some of the global rulemaking that the United States is interested in. I could, if there were time, talk as well about some of the cyber. I will just mention that it's interested that the multilateral aspects of Chinese cyber policy are with like-minded countries. So the recent agreement that China was pursuing was with Tajikistan, Russia, and one other I've forgotten. But in any event, more like-minded countries on this issue, and they've resisted kind of strong U.S.-China cyber rules of the road. But it is a contentious issue. It will be hotly debated. I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank the panelists for allowing me to sit here comfortably and not get up with my little 2-minute sign. They did that voluntarily. I'm not an intimidating person. They did that. So thank you very much, which leaves us about 15 minutes for questions. And we have the usual rule that Oriana articulated earlier. Identify yourself first. We have mic. Wait for the mic. Identify yourself and ask your question. Where I can't. Oh, okay. This presupposes I can see the hands, so put them up.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Seguero. I'm trying to ask about the China relationship with Africa and the rule of law into Africa, since we are talking about the world. How do you look at that and the long-term relationship or partnership with Africa and China, looking at business and humanity and security? How do you look at that, and how can Africa or China get into that relationship looking at a long term, because many times China is in Africa and they are doing a great job in Africa, but when it comes to manpower, you find they are bringing in their own manpower. How do you make that as a rule of law to the African on the continent with China relationship? Thank you.
Anybody want to? Susan,
we'll
go right through.
Sure, we can all talk a bit on this. There's actually there was an interesting project that ran for a number of years that I found quite intriguing. It was sort of coordinated by the World Bank and working with the OECD and with an entity in China, basically trying to give China feedback on its involvement in Africa. So I think there were 6 African countries involved, and there were a series of conferences, and the idea was they started by doing this big study, I guess, of China's development and the lessons that it might have for Africa. And then after that, they had these sessions where African countries got a chance to give China some of the feedback that you're mentioning here, about, for example, countries wanting to not have China bring in all the labor for projects and actually to use local labor, or standards, worker safety, other issues at mines and so on. I mean, there's been a series of sort of controversy around some of these issues. So that I think was a useful exercise. Unfortunately, the Chinese entity that was involved in that wasn't an entity that was sort of in a position to do a lot, I guess, to change China's approach to some of these issues. China is, of course, very sensitive about the criticism of some of its activities in Africa. The Chinese, I think, sometimes have been accused of sort of neo-colonialism, which they strongly resist that characterization. And China actually sees as a real positive the fact that it goes in without any political preconditions, unlike the United States and other OECD countries. It's also a topic that the US and China are discussing. There is an effort to try to get China to sign on to some of the OECD rules on development assistance, for example. And that's been part of the US-China SNED, the Strategic and Economic Dialogue. There's a piece of that which has been looking at development assistance and ways in which China can maybe start merging its practices, or not merging, but making its practices accord better with the practices of other countries. So sorry, but Robert, you have things to say.
Well, I would just say that it's as you suggest, it's changing quite rapidly. China has become a big power. It now has international, worldwide interests, and as it pursues them, it's encountering some of the difficulties that America, as a fellow large country, has had. And so it's having to revisit, as you see in the Ukraine, where it has sacred principles on either side of that dilemma. And so it keeps a distance and it professes, these vague principles, but it doesn't get involved because suddenly it's discovering why the United States has always had what it calls double standards. Because it has interests in a big, complex, evolving world with limited information. And so China is acclimatizing itself to this. And you feel it in Africa where, yes, initially China was very proud that, for example, in the South Sudan, that it didn't come in with political preconditions. On the other hand, the foreign minister, Wang Yi, I think just in either February or March when he was there, did call for peaceful resolution. That was a big move. That was a slight adjustment to this policy. I think it was positive. I think we should welcome it. So it's changing. China is discovering the essential big country flexibility / hypocrisy, double standard, whatever they wanted to call it. And there's an acclimatization to that process in Southeast Asia as well, where it's building high-speed rail, also using mostly Chinese labor. The countries that are transited don't feel that they're getting the benefits that they should. And so China had this wonderful soft power opportunity because it's extending really vital infrastructure in Africa or Southeast Asia, but then it doesn't get the soft power benefit in many cases because it tends to hold on too tightly. But it is learning, it's changing.
Well, 10 years ago when I was working with the Chinese government trying to help them on adapting OECD rules, they clearly were expressing a strong interest, but at the same time, they revealed their fragmented decision-making, that is, their bureaucratic politics, who was in charge of the development policy, the fact that state-owned enterprises might be making a key sort of exploitation of resources in a country, would be driving policy, and they wouldn't touch that. But they clearly are interested, and I think, as Robert has just suggested, they've made a lot of progress in the last 10 years. U.S. policy has to continue to work with both developed countries, OECD, and developing countries to put pressure on China in a good way, give them incentives to be part of that and of decision-making at OECD and to make those rules. They're more inclined to go along with these when they see some benefit because they're not touching, as a general sense, their direct core national interests. Their indirect interests, sure, about their economy, but they see their enlightened self-interests. The problem is when you have weak governance in a state, and I'm thinking like South Pacific Islands, forget about Africa, where it's very tempting for a leader in a South Pacific island to say, just give me that one big infrastructure project that's what I want. And it's hard to get the transparency that you would want in an international development project. So helping the international community and OECD can work with developing countries to enforce transparency and raise those standards. And I think China will keep moving in that direction.
Thank you. How about right here, Denise? Remember to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Dong Huiyu with China Review News Agency of Hong Kong. My question is for Mr. Cronin. You mentioned that as a rule maker, he should be transparent. He should be credible. But we often see that as a rule maker, the United States policy actually has a lot of ambiguity. For example, in terms of the Senkaku and Daly Islands issue, President Obama just affirmed the U.S. Principle, but in terms of the detail, he fell short of clarifying the detail of this issue, how to defend the Daly Island if there's any emergency over there. So my question for you is, as a credible rulemaker, how to keep the balance between the policy, clarity, and the flexibility? Thank you.
Well, this is a panel about China as a rule maker, so I refrain from spending my 12 minutes talking about the United States and its ability to be a rule maker or a rule breaker. But sure, the United States is ambiguous at times. All policymakers, in fact, prefer to have some executive ambiguity and leeway in policymaking if it's possible. But at the same time, I think the United States is making a concerted effort to strengthen and adapt an international system that we largely contributed to building post-World War II, and that includes in Asia-Pacific through the United Nations, but also through institutions like the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. And sometimes I think that the Chinese approach to ASEAN is to see it as a sandcastle that they can kind of keep divided and it'll be very weak and they can pick it apart. Japan is a tougher nut, and when the United States sides with Japan, China's in a very difficult position about how to press its claims and its influence. The ambiguity you see over the Senkaku Islands is the fact that the history is ambiguous. I think President Obama has done as much as possible for any American leader to articulate clearly what the U.S. interest is. He wants a peaceful resolution of the dispute and expects it. But at the same time, he acknowledges that it is under administrative control of Japan and that our treaty stipulates that we will support territories administered by Japan. So he's stating all the facts. He's talking about peace. He's looking for cooperation. He's encouraging Japan to reach out to China. We have a very strong U.S.-China strategic dialogue. But unfortunately, these disputes are not going to be resolved. They have to be managed. That's why the United States prefers serious risk reduction measures. But as I mentioned in my talk, China prefers to employ a bit of risk here to press its claims and doesn't really want to enter into a binding agreement with Japan in particular. With the United States, it's a bit different because they see us as co-equal sharing the Pacific. And they'd like to sort of enforce that principle, that idea at least, symbolically. So it's an important, difficult problem. China has legitimate claims, but we don't know how to adjudicate those. And it's not for the United States to say, this is definitely Japanese sovereignty, but we can say definitely, this is the treaty, this was the reversion treaty, this is our policy. And by the way, we want everybody to resolve this peacefully. So let's make sure we figure out ways to do that.
Thank you. My name is Zhang Hong from China's Caixin Media. We have been talking about rulemaking, but I think the other very important aspect of rulemaking is rule enforcement. So the U.S. has been able to be a rule maker is partly thanks to its capability of rule enforcement. So can you talk a little bit about the capability of China of enforce the rules, whatever rules they want to make? From this aspect to analyze this issue. And also, I would like to hear about your, because I'm particularly interested in the BRICS, because I think among all the platforms that Susan laid out, outlined, BRICS perhaps has the biggest potential as a global platform for China to sort of become a global player or global power compared to all the other more regional ones. So what have you seen? What kind of vision have you seen that China developed through this platform? Thank you.
First, I think we need, in terms of China's ability to enforce rules, I'm not sure if you mean enforce rules or defend interests. So I think we've got to keep on the definitions of what we mean by rules and international rules in particular. And in terms of enforcement, I'll just give a very brief answer and then kick it over. I think it's interesting in many cases we see that the United States and China, while both talk a fairly strong multilateral game, both for different reasons, are not inclined to give up any sovereignty in order to strengthen international enforcement mechanisms. China has sort of 寸土不让, this idea. The United States, again, for different reasons, you see this in the Senate in particular, is not inclined to yield power, which is seen as sovereignty, to international organizations for enforcement purposes. And this is something that we have in common.
I mean, just on enforcement, I mean, obviously, this is a huge issue internally in China, this question of trying to enforce anything. And that's a problem. I mean, it's interesting when we're talking about rulemaking, this conference is about rulemaking in the international environment, but as Robert was saying, you sort of start with the domestic environment and then you move out. And, and internally, China, as we know, has tremendous problems with rulemaking and rule enforcement because of issues of overlapping jurisdiction, different levels of authoritativeness of the different regulations and laws that come out, the power of local governments to sort of push back and pick and choose about which rules they want to follow and which ones they don't, and so on. But when it gets to the international level of, I guess is your question about, enforcing rules that China's made, is China then able to enforce? And I guess what we're saying is that China hasn't made a lot of rules in the world. It's sort of gradually, cautiously easing towards the position where it would be starting to make more rules. But it's not really then China's, if something like this, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I mean, that's an organization where China has been very active in developing the rules of that organization. Then enforcing those rules, I think, is probably a matter of those countries being like-minded countries and being committed to the same set of goals. So therefore, that maybe isn't such an issue of enforcement. Sorry, that's a bit of a waffle, but.
Just a brief different point on my concern would be the lack of international enforcement. I think there's a dissipation of enforcement. That is, the United States has less capacity, perhaps less interest. And other countries, including the BRICS, have not yet stepped up because of a lot of reasons to this. But they will protect their interests. So we see in Crimea, we see chemical weapons in Syria, we see sanctions not followed against North Korean proliferation. There are lots of challenges. How do we enforce the rules? Who's enforcing them? And what I worry about is that if there's no enforcement, there's a great incentive to break the rules. Not from China necessarily, but from others, as we see with Russia, I think, and Ukraine.
I see a lot of hands rising, but it's noon, and lunch calls. So let me try and draw this excellent panel to a close. In some ways, I think I've been trying to think of ways to extend Oriana's marriage analogy, and I'm just going to drop that. Thank you very much. But I see this as a transition to this afternoon's panel. I mean, Susan actually did identify some areas where China's making rules. And to go to the marriage, this is where the couples go to separate rooms and decorate the room the way they want, right? The SCO, the heck with you, I'm going somewhere else. Robert, I thought, was more how hard this is for China, and in many ways, as it is for the United States. We're both exceptional countries. We have very different but very powerful histories that shape our approach to the world. And then Patrick, I think, more expressing the skepticism that I expressed initially about how difficult this is when the married couple really has to deal with one another. There's just a real problem there. So it's a nice transition into this afternoon's session on China as a rule breaker. First of all, I want to thank, we've extolled the beauty of the room, the wisdom of the agenda. I agree with all of that. I'd like to thank the Institute of Peace for electronics that are unobtrusive and work. And even though this is the information age and you'd think that would go without saying, it often doesn't go that way.
It would be, if we're going to continue this marriage metaphor through the day, I would like to interject that it was an arranged marriage. There was no courtship. We didn't fall in love. We didn't choose each other. It was circumstantial, and we went to the bridal chamber as strangers, and there were surprises. So it's still an unfolding. So I don't know how far we want to push this.
This afternoon's moderator, you're entirely excused from picking this issue up ever again. Now, okay, I am enjoined to tell you that to get to lunch, it's out that door. So you come down and out to the right, and those doors are just opening right now. Thank you to the panelists. That was excellent. That was just...
Yeah, I had a lot of them.
Hey, ladies, go then. I want to take a picture of you. Actually, on the yes. Okay. Well, no, I want to take the. Okay. No.
international power of growing consequence. It's addressing that role, we think, with increasing seriousness and beginning to see the benefits that accrue from more engaged multilateralism. China, for example, has been a key participant in the Iran nuclear negotiations. It's worked to help resolve the brutal conflict in southern Sudan. Like many others in the international community, China is also facing up to hard choices in framing its policy on North Korea as well as on Ukraine. Clearly, though, we still have our issues. Tensions in the South and East China Seas worry the United Kingdom and Europe as much as they do our friends here in the United States. Others in the region are concerned about China's greater assertiveness and what they see as a lack of transparency in its military development. We think that the best way of dealing with these issues is to engage frankly and constructively. The United Kingdom doesn't take a position on the underlying issues of sovereignty in those seas, but we do encourage all countries in the region to build mutual trust, work for stability, and settle disputes in accordance with international law. Here, too, our voice complements that of the United States. Like America, Britain wants to strengthen the rules-based international system. That doesn't mean seeking to impose our ideas on China. It does mean working with China to shape the international order bilaterally, but also through institutions like the United Nations, the WTO, and the International Monetary Fund. As my friend and our very distinguished Deputy Secretary of State Bill Burns noted in a speech to the Asia Society a couple of weeks ago, out of today's crisis in Europe comes an important opportunity, a powerful reminder of the enduring value of commonly accepted rules of the road and a regional architecture of cooperation that will benefit the entire Asia-Pacific. And he added a little bit later, all countries, big and small, stand to lose if rules are devalued, dialogue breaks down, misreading and misinterpretations multiply, and fear and tensions spiral. We too profoundly hope that out of present tensions, important lessons will be learned. Among the most urgent of the international issues we're facing is climate change. The world needs China to act on the environment, just as we need other big emitters like the United States and the European Union to take action. People of China know better than anyone the urgency of dealing with pollution in air and water. Environmental degradation is estimated to cost China almost 1/10 of its GDP and suppresses life expectancy in the north by more than 5 years. Here too, the United Kingdom sees itself as a natural partner for China. We were the first country to set legally binding emissions targets. We are a leader in renewables and low-carbon economic growth. Already the UK and China are sharing expertise on offshore wind power, carbon capture and storage, low-carbon manufacturing. China, the United States, and the European Union are respectively, as we all know, the world's first, second, and third biggest emitters. All three are increasingly aware that substantial progress on a binding global deal can't be made unless we agree amongst ourselves. And last month, the European Union hosted bilateral summits with heads of government from the United States and China and agreed to strengthen cooperation in this area with them both. And we hope to see more of this working together in the run-up to the Paris conference in 2015. The problem is urgent, the need for action is global, and our knowledge and experience are complementary. We also think that we can find common ground with our Chinese friends in cyberspace. Like most countries in the world, the UK is extremely worried about cybersecurity breaches and theft of international property. Good cybersecurity is now vital to prosperity around the world, including in China. We should use that mutual interest as the basis for progress. Last month, we held the first UK-China cyber dialogue, and we hope that these discussions will form the basis for mutually beneficial cooperation in the future. Our cultural links are also key to bringing Chinese and British people closer together. We're proud to have been one of the first 3 countries to establish a people-to-people dialogue with China. The British Council, the cultural arm of our diplomacy, is one of the leading providers of the English language in China and of English language examinations. Almost 300,000 Chinese tourists visit Britain every year, despite the fact that in Mandarin slang, Big Ben is sometimes called a big stupid clock. British television exports to China went up 90% in 2012 alone, thanks in part to China's insatiable appetite for Downton Abbey. In 2012, 30 million Chinese viewers watched the royal wedding live on television. We're not quite clear yet whether Chinese viewers prefer the US or the UK version of House of Cards, but I hope that neither is taken as too literal a rendering of how Western democracies really function. Then there are our academic exchanges, which are increasingly high-tech. The UK is now China's second largest foreign partner in academic research. Peking and Manchester universities, for example, are developing a partnership in genomic medicine. The University of Nottingham has established a centre in Guangdong that will train 2,000 Chinese financial specialists every year. And of course, like the United States, we are welcoming more Chinese university students to our shores. Last year, they totaled 130,000, about 6 times, I think, the total student body of Georgetown. But we also want our own young people to learn more about China. We plan to increase the number of Brits studying or gaining work experience in China to 80,000 a year by 2020. As Confucius says, it's delightful to have friends visit from far away. As more Chinese tourists, business people, and students visit Britain, we hope that they will be impressed by the value and resilience of an open society. We know from our own historical and current experience that the most successful economies are the most open ones, and that an open economy requires an open society. Both Britain and China have made international commitments to uphold human rights. Both are members of the UN Human Rights Council this year. We believe those rights underpin peace and prosperity globally as well as locally, and it's in that spirit that we continue to engage China on the issues that concern us. When we've seen signs of progress, for example, on arbitrary detention, judicial reform, family planning, we say so. But we still have our concerns, particularly around freedom of expression, the treatment of human rights defenders, religious freedom, minority rights. We have not shrunk from voicing these in many ways, including at the highest levels. Like the United States, we have no desire simply to nag or preach from the sidelines. In any event, I doubt whether it would be very effective. But at the same time, we will not and should not ignore issues of legitimate international concern. We want to see a strong, stable, prosperous China, and that's in everyone's interests. And we think the best way to achieve that is for China to strengthen the rule of law, increase rights and freedoms, establish greater transparency. Lao Tse, classical poet and philosopher, once wrote, "The more prohibitions rule all beneath heaven, the deeper poverty grows among the people." We know from our history that the inverse is also true. The more freedom people have, the more prosperous they will be. By far the biggest beneficiaries of greater openness in China have been the Chinese people themselves. In one of his first speeches on becoming General Secretary in 2012, Xi Jinping said, "Our people expect better education, more stable jobs, better income, more reliable social security, medical care of a higher standard, more comfortable living conditions, and a more beautiful environment. They hope that their children can grow up better, work better, and live better." Remarks which could just as easily have been made by President Obama or my own Prime Minister. People in Britain, America, and China have the same aspirations, and we have a common interest in helping them reach those goals. Early this month, my Chinese counterpart, Shui Tiankai, stood on this same podium and commented, "No country can confront all challenges single-handedly. If we don't cooperate, we will probably be overwhelmed." And he added, "Cooperation in areas where we agree helps deal with areas where we differ." I don't think Britain or America need fear China's emergence onto the global stage. We can clearly work together on those issues. We must simply proceed with pragmatism and deliberation. Or to put it another way, as the Chinese experts might say, we need to cross the river by feeling the stones. Thank you very much for your attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was excellent. And we have about 15 minutes, I think, for some discussion up here at the podium. I was struck by your comment that Britain, like the United States, has a full spectrum relationship with China, from cyber and nuclear issues to people exchange, human rights, North Korea, trade. There are a few countries in that club, and it's a very comforting thing for the United States that Britain is one of them. And we have certainly come a long way from the early 1780s when American diplomats sent to Canton were instructed to make sure the Chinese knew that we were not British and that we were much more reliable. And the Chinese court records show that the Chinese figured out that indeed we were not British, that we were very earnest, but we were somehow dumber. I want to ask a few things. I was very struck at your linkage of TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, with TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the idea that an EU-China free trade agreement, not just a bilateral investment treaty, but a free trade agreement could someday become a reality. And it occurred to me that we have potentially a convergence of these major trade agreements. Right now, China, of course, is not in TPP, and of course is not in TTIP, but TPP is premised on agreements in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum that we would move towards a free trade area of the Asia-Pacific that would notionally include China. So it's interesting in China in the last year or two how the debate has evolved from seeing TPP as some kind of encirclement or containment framework, and rather more like the WTO, an opportunity for China to use external developments to leverage and get change and reform within, and to and benefit, is the way you described it, from standards across the globe. So I wonder if you could say a bit more about how you see the evolution of all of these things, TPP, TTIP. Is there room for China? And if so, is it going to take so long we need to think a little bit differently about a framework for cooperating with China and harmonizing standards in the meantime? Because in our Congress, I can tell you, as you no doubt know, these trade agreements are like going to the dentist with no Novocaine. So it may take some time for a formal Chinese participation, but are there things, is that the right direction to go? And are there things we could all be doing with China in new frameworks to get us closer?
Well, we think it's the right direction of travel. I think you're quite right, Mike, that over the last year or so, thinking in China on all this has evolved. I remember hearing from Chinese friends deep expressions of concern when we first started talking about TTIP, and because there was also TPP which was going on, and there was a sense of potential exclusion. Was this all about ganging up against China, and so on? And I think that thinking has evolved, and certainly we think that even for those countries, China obviously notably one of them, not directly involved in these free trade negotiations, there is the potential of enormous economic benefit. The figure that I gave in my remarks just now is an estimate of what the economic advantages can be if we are able to use these global free trade negotiations as a means not just of reducing tariffs and improving bilateral trade between the signatory parties, but also setting global standards on different issues, and products, many of which are, of course, manufactured in China. That means lower costs for consumers. It means more single product lines. It means that we might one day, for example, agree that a turn light on a motor car sold in America could be orange as it is in Europe, or red in Europe as it is in America. I prefer orange myself because I think it's safer. But there are, and why can't we have the same standards for airbags in America and Europe, which we can't apparently at the moment? But maybe one day we will have if TTIP becomes a reality. So I think even for those who are not in the room of these negotiations, there are major benefits, especially for big manufacturing countries, from lower costs, more limited product lines, and the setting of global standards and mutual recognition also of professional qualifications from which we can all benefit. And indeed putting together global regulatory frameworks which can make, I think, trade more attractive and should facilitate more growth at the global level. Our sense is that at a time when global economic recovery is so fragile, which it is at the moment, even though we're quite proud of the fact that the IMF tell us we're going to be growing at 2.9% this year, which is better than most Europeans, where are we going to find this growth and jobs and security and more wealth? Answer, through knocking down the barriers to trade. It's win-win. The economists tell us that we could look to somewhere between 1.5% and 2% additional net GDP growth on both sides of the Atlantic, leaving aside the TPP Pacific Rim countries, if we had a comprehensive free trade agreement. That must be a prize worth having, particularly when you think that Europe and the United States, for example, account for half the world's GDP between them. And that's, that's just one of the two negotiations. So we think it's going the right way. We hope that this will get going. We'd like to see fast-track authority granted by the United States Congress before too long. It doesn't really matter too much that it's not there now, but we hope that later on, perhaps after the midterms, who knows, maybe even before, though that's perhaps unlikely, that we will see that. And that will be a clear indication of intent, I think, from the United States that the US as well is serious about this business.
How do we manage global governance now with not just China, of course, but South Africa, India, Brazil, and so forth. But China is the biggest and most challenging and fastest growing. How do we manage global governance? We grew up, most of us, in a post-war world where the G5 and then the G7 managed these large global financial, economic, and even political issues. We've democratized that, reflecting the distribution of economic power to the G20. You spoke favorably of China and Asia having a larger share in the IMF, which I appreciated. I'm not sure that's a consistent view across Europe, but it's important. But at some point, do we lose something by expanding the membership and losing the core values that the US, the UK, the original members of the G5 and G7 brought to this management of the global economy? And it comes up when people debate whether or not, for example, China should be in the International Energy Agency or in other places. What's the right balance? How do we time that?
I think this global architecture, global governance issue is an enormous challenge for all of us. Clearly, those who were not at the top table when we put in place the present architecture after the Second World War are beginning to ask themselves some questions, well, why them and why not us? We have got the rise, the emergence of major powers, big economies, who are understandably saying, well, we think that we should be part of these big international organizations as well. I don't think any of us feel that we should oppose that trend. We want to hang on to the values which are dear to us and which are represented by, we like to think, the core membership of a number of those organizations that you value. We want to have more free trade. We want to ensure the Security Council of the United Nations is able to do its job. Equally, we have to adjust. We've had to adjust on a de facto, if not a de jure way at the moment, the G7, G8 in response to events in Ukraine. Recently, we have to be flexible. We are looking at the revision of IMF quotas, IMF reform, which we think is important. Actually, I think it's important for the United States as well. It got stuck in Congress recently when it got tied up with a number of other issues, including financial support for Ukraine. But we think that is the right way to go. And we are open, provided everybody else is content with it, with the concept of a degree of Security Council and United Nations reform. How and at what speed and with which countries, we need to go cautiously and ensure that, as you say, we don't lose what is valuable. But I'm quite sure, my government's quite sure, that we do need to adjust the global architecture to take account of these new realities, not least the enormously important role which China can play and we like to think will want to play as it assumes a greater sense of international responsibility in the years to come.
We, on security, finally, we have close cooperation, closely aligned interests. I was in the NSC in the Bush administration when we had a very difficult negotiation with the North Koreans in Pyongyang in 2002 in order to send our cable back to Washington. This was when the North Koreans revealed to us that they had this uranium enrichment program. We used your mission in Pyongyang. And so FCO, your embassy here, knew the results of our negotiations before our State Department did. We have that level of trust and independence.
Doesn't often happen.
I have to complain, though. We had been negotiating all day with no food. We went to your mission in Pyongyang. We did the cable, and the only thing the ambassador could offer us was single malt whiskey. No one complained about that. And Walker's haggis-flavored crisps. Walker's haggis-flavored crisps were not exactly the thing we'd been envisioning in our hunger. Anyway, we're that level of cheek-to-jowl cooperation. But while our interests align, the United States has security commitments. We have security treaties with Japan, with Korea, with Australia, and so forth. So it's a little bit like the chicken who has an interest in what's for breakfast and the pig who has a vital interest in what's for breakfast. So President Obama made a very robust statement of support for the US-Japan alliance in Tokyo. Very robust. I think our friends in China were a bit surprised. How can Britain and Europe more generally contribute to, if not resolution, management and de-escalation and some confidence building in some of these island disputes. You said clearly, and I appreciated this very much, that the UK shares our interest in diplomatic resolutions and so forth, but is there some role you can imagine for Europe or for Britain, either in the ASEAN Regional Forum discussions or in the ASEM, EU, Asian discussions or other ways, to help lean in with us to try to calm the situation?
I think that is what we should be doing, and I think that is what we are trying to do. We don't have exactly the same treaty obligations in the region, although we do have in Southeast Asia anyway the 5 power agreements, of which the United Kingdom is a party. But I think that we lend our weight collectively in the European Union and bilaterally through the exchanges that we have been having and the visit of my Prime Minister that I mentioned at the end of last year. And we've had a bunch of very high-level visitors since then, senior ministers and our people-to-people dialogue and other exchanges. We can use the links that we have got to try to reinforce those same messages. That is to say, we're not addressing quite the same questions of alliance commitments and so on as the President was, but we do share very much his view that where there are issues, where there are disputes, they should not be resolved in any way unilaterally, that there should be dialogue and discussion, that there is every advantage in de-escalation, and in not immediately reaching for the militarized solution to this. So we are talking to all of our friends in the region as well as your friends in the region from that very same perspective. We don't think that there is anything to be gained from increasing of tensions, whether it's the South China Sea, the East China Sea, or of other sorts, reactions to different policy decisions or statements from different governments. We know there's a complicated history, but we think, just as we in Europe have had to put complicated and difficult history behind us, it is time for the countries in the region to do so as well. So I think the links that we've got, those business links, those political links, those indispensable, to coin a phrase, relationships that I was touching on just now, we aim to use those in order to convey precisely the same messages that the President has been doing, the Vice President has been doing on their recent visits. And I think that the closer we are able to engage and to discuss and to show understanding of the different issues and both sides of the story, hopefully the greater the possibility of these issues being resolved in a manner which is much less tense and of achieving a degree of de-escalation.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. It's encouraging that we are both pivoting to Asia together. 10 years ago, the transatlantic relationship hit the shoals over China policy because of the EU arms embargo issue. Washington did not want the embargo lifted. There was strong momentum in the European Union among member states to lift it. Britain played a critical role in bridging that gap. I think it's essential for all of us that the US and Europe are speaking with one voice in both senses of our relationship with China. The hope for success, for a more comprehensive and positive relationship, but the importance of maintaining diplomatic answers to international problems and effective rules for governing trade and investment and so forth. And you've conveyed that very effectively today. So on behalf of Georgetown and Georgetown and USIP, I think CSIS and USIP have the same architect. It's spectacular here.
Spectacular.
So on behalf of Georgetown and USIP, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you. Okay.
Appreciate it.
I better run away. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess we can start. I'm looking for someone to give me a nod. Professor Schuyler, thank you. I'm Michael Green from Georgetown School of Foreign Service, Asian Studies, and CSIS, and I will be moderating this discussion with three of my good friends and three of the leading experts on security in Asia and China and economics. If the panel this morning was on China as a rule maker, our afternoon session is China as a rule breaker. So if you could picture the morning session with little angels over one shoulder, for this session, picture all of us with little devils over the other shoulder. And I know these three guys, believe me, little devils over the other shoulder. We'll start with Dr. Derek Scissors, who's at the American Enterprise Institute, where he writes on China, India, Asian economics. I read his work. It's excellent. He is my favorite myth debunker on the Chinese economy in Washington, MA in economics, PhD from Stanford. He'll talk about economics. And then Tom Mankin at the Naval War College will talk about maritime and security issues. Tom and I were classmates at SAIS, PhD classmates. He knows a lot about maritime issues. When we weren't doing our dissertations, which was about 40% of the time, we were playing the game of imperial diplomacy. And I was Japan and you were Russia. And although in real history, Japan defeated Russia in 1905, I'm embarrassed to say that Tom crushed me, humiliated me. So he knows his naval and maritime strategy. I know my history, but it didn't help. And then James Mulvannon, another old friend and very respected expert on cyberspace, on China. His PhD is from UCLA, and he is now the vice president. I'm going to have to find it. My apologies. But it's important for Irish music. The important thing you need to know about Jim Mulvannon is, like me, he plays Celtic music. I play bagpipes, he plays guitar and sings drunken songs. I can't find it, Jim, I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
It's Irish, isn't it? Yeah. Here we are, vice president of, really, that's impressive. Vice president of Defense Group, Inc.'s Intelligence Division and director of their Center for Intelligence and Research. Jim is an expert on cyber security. I think everyone who knows the field would agree the preeminent expert in this country on China cyber issues. So we'll go down the line, beginning with Derek. We will want to, in the presentations, in our discussion, and in the Q&A, I think, distinguish between norms and rules. They're different. I think in the economic sphere, there are clear rules. There are also norms. I think in the maritime sphere, there are few rules, some norms. And in the cyber sphere, the rules aren't clear and the norms are heavily debated. We'll want to talk about perhaps lawfare, China's effort to create domestic laws to challenge or balance against the international law that doesn't suit their interests. I also think we'll find a distinction when we talk about rules and norms between revisionism and free riding. My sense is historically, rising powers, and you could say this of the United States in some ways as well, but certainly Japan and Germany, and now I would argue China, rising powers tend to free ride on the global scale and be more revisionist in their own neighborhood. And so the regional versus global dimension will be important as well, I think. So let's go down the line, and then we'll have some discussion and questions from the audience.
Am I supposed to go there?
I think are you mic'd? Yeah, I think you can, if you're comfortable.
All right. So this is the Bash China panel, and I'll try to be a little bit restrained, for me anyway. The main point, we have two main points. One, which to remember when we're bashing China, is a lot of this is just a function of China being big. And the negative, and I'll just say a little bit more about that. And then the negative side of this is I'm going to argue that China is not improving on the econ side, and this is the real problem. I think it's actually gotten worse with a caveat that we don't know what this government's going to do. So let's start with the big. When you're talking about China breaking rules, China's big enough in economics that it's understandable if they're at least starting to bend the rules or make new rules, and they're not going to be very good at it when they first made new rules. We know the US was really bad at making new rules when we started on the econ side. So some of the rule breaking might be misinterpreted as just they're a big economy and the rules are going to have to change to some extent. They signed on to the existing international economic order when they were much smaller. they're less, right to now, they're less making rules that others can reasonably follow and more making rules that benefit China, which was something that was talked about in the earlier sessions. I'm sure we'll talk more about. But I do think there's some leeway that has to be given because we're in a transition period and China's not going to be good at rule making, and so it's going to look like it's rule breaking. Now I want to say something about size that I think we tend to forget. Let's compare China to India. It is not at all obvious that China is a bigger economic rule breaker than India. I think I would actually pick India as the bigger economic rule breaker. What is obvious is China is much bigger and more important. So whatever deviations that from the rules they engage in, we're going to notice a lot more. They're going to matter a lot more than Indian deviations. And I picked another big country. I mean, we talk about what little tiny countries do. When they break the rules, nobody pays any attention. So a lot of the ammunition, the tax I'm going to put at China, the ammunition just comes from size. And the U.S. should be sympathetic to this because the same thing is true with us. You know, people will point out, oh, I can't believe, and I did this myself in a Weekly Standard blog last night, I can't believe what the U.S. is doing with Japan on autos. It's ridiculous. But it's also much more noticeable because the U.S. is doing it. Some little country does it, nobody cares. It's not part of the TPP. It's not a crippling blow to the world trading system or anything like that. I'm going to try to focus on Chinese rule breaking that passes understandable because they're in transition or it's exaggerated just because they're large and go to destructive. Trying to keep in mind Mike's opening remarks about norms, which he didn't tell me about till 30 seconds ago, so I'm winging this. It's all his fault if it doesn't make any sense. We'll do the balance of payment side. The balance of payment side, and I'll get to some issues you're familiar, these are more norms. So we have currency manipulation. There's no rule on currency manipulation. We have an incredibly difficult time defining it. And you know, from the straight economic standpoint, the Chinese peg to the dollar, which is still in existence despite being scrapped 4 times, it's never been scrapped, is much less manipulative than the U.S. flooding the world with dollars due to our monetary policy. So there's not really a rule there, there's a norm, and we're violating that norm more than the Chinese are. That doesn't mean there isn't a problem. There is a problem, and I put it to my Chinese associates all the time. Like, you're now arguably, depending on what measure you use, the 2nd biggest economy in the world. When are you going to get your own currency? And this is ridiculous. Stop acting like you're a satellite of the United States economically. That's what a peg currency does. I mean, Hong Kong has a peg currency. It has 7 million people. Of course it has a peg currency. So that's not a rule, but it is a norm that China is violating, and it's one that exaggerates global cycles because the yuan and the dollar move together instead of separately. So we get booms that are too big, 2005, 2006. We get contractions that are too sharp, 2008, 2009. I'm not saying China's primarily responsible. I'm saying the peg to the dollar contributes to that. What also contributes to that is another norm violation, which China's accumulation of large balance of payment surpluses and foreign currency reserves. It's not a rule. There's no rule about this, but it is a norm, and they're contributing to global imbalances that way. The closed capital account. Small countries or countries that are suffering financial instability are supposed to restrict the movement of capital. Not big countries that are not suffering from financial instability, which China hasn't been suffering from until recently. So is that a rule? Some of us would like it to be a rule, but it isn't a rule. It's more a norm, and China's again stretching the norm. So on the balance of payment side, we talk about currency manipulation in this country. There are a lot of more important issues. It's China's breaking norms more than rules. Let's talk about the WTO, and this is where there's a dispute about whether China's breaking rules or breaking norms. They're certainly breaking norms. I would also, they're also breaking rules. China's WTO accession negotiations were fake in important respects. And I want to talk fast, which I am doing, and I don't want to take up time because I want to have more question and answer and discussion. I'll give you one example. Because I was sort of involved in this on the periphery, there was this big argument over whether we had 49% telecom joint ventures or 50% or 51%, and where they could be 49, where could be 51, but they all required a Chinese partner. And guess what happened after China joined the WTO? Sorry, you can't have a Chinese partner. That was just disingenuous. I mean, you could say there's not a rule about that, but you were agreeing, apparently in good faith, to allow telecom joint ventures, and you didn't. I mean, that's pretty close to breaking not an important rule, but a rule nonetheless. The disputes that we have now, for example, over rare earth elements, technically China's following WTO procedures, so you could say, well, they're not really breaking the rules, but they have a repeated pattern, not just rare earth, autos, other minerals, it goes on solar, it goes on and on and on, where they extend the process as long as possible, then they don't implement the required corrections in a timely fashion. So they get years of altering industry conditions, and it's sanctioned by the WTO. Is it breaking WTO rules? No. Is it breaking the rules of an open trading system? Yes. And those are maybe not codified in the WTO, but there have been rules that most of the large traders, in fact, all the large trading countries have followed to now. Doha round, the ITA negotiations, the services. In all cases, you can't say there's a rule governing Chinese action where they're required to do something that they're not doing, but the rule of trade, the rule that we're all trying to negotiate trade progression, the Chinese aren't trying to negotiate trade progression. They got what they wanted, which is membership in the WTO, and since then the WTO has been used to protect their individual and mercantilistic economic interests. So the WTO side goes back and forth between breaking norms and breaking rules, but we're certainly getting some sort of violation from China. Now we're going to get into straight rule violation, and the number one easy one to start with is intellectual property rights. And here, this is a clear example of China not getting better. What we used to say about intellectual property until maybe 10 years ago or even more recently is, as countries get richer and they start developing their own intellectual property, they protect intellectual property better. That is not what's happening. What China has done is they're using the technology they stole to steal more technology. I mean, that's literally true in several important cases. I'm not going to emphasize cyber because Mulvenen's here and he can do it. But that's an example of rule-breaking in intellectual property and a deterioration on that front. I wrote in 2003, this is in print for clients, saying that the Chinese had just started have intensified a strategy of acquiring foreign technology, then pushing multinationals out. This later was called, became famous as indigenous innovation. Respect for IPR at home is getting better, but respect for foreign IPR, if anything, is declining. We have attacks on Qualcomm, InterDigital, other US technology firms, basically which are coercive IPR attacks, and those are against TRIPS rules. And China gets away with them because they game the WTO, which is why I gave you the WTO section beforehand, and because they intimidate foreign companies into not complaining. So on IPR, China is absolutely a rule breaker, and it's arguable because there's multiple dimensions to this. I would argue that they're getting worse at rule breaking. And then the last thing is state-owned enterprises, and I don't think you can call the whole effort the fact of Chinese state capitalism and the subsidies of state-owned enterprises rule-breaking because we don't have any rules on it yet, although the TPP is trying to establish one. And because Japan, Korea, some other countries did this to some extent with their national champions, but it's been taken to a much higher level in China, and some of the extensions that China has made are in fact rule-breaking. So, for example, regulatory protection. There are a set of, I call them the state-teen, which is the state 18 sectors, where you're not allowed to beat state firms. And, if there's a rule in international economics, it's that you're supposed to have some sort of sense of open competition. And that rule is being broken to protect state-owned enterprises and in more obvious and sweeping fashion than it ever was in Japan and Korea, which is not to say that they also didn't do things that were troublesome. Financial subsidies, this is not a rule because the WTO is flawed. Chinese financial subsidies don't tend to promote exports. What they do is block imports, which means they interfere with other people's exports, which is kind of the flip side of something we do have a rule on. So there isn't really a rule there. There should be, and it certainly breaks the norms. Another set of rules, and this is absolute violation of national treatment, and it has not been called on because I think because people are cowardly, to be blunt. Chinese antitrust rules don't apply to state-owned enterprises. I mean, they apply to state-owned enterprises whenever they feel like it. But they apply directly to foreign firms, and they're being used increasingly on foreign firms, including tiny little foreign firms who are said to have a monopoly in a tiny little market, and are using that monopoly to coerce a much larger state-owned enterprise, which has a geographic monopoly in that market, which is not subject to the antitrust law. I'll say that again because I said it too quickly. Foreign firms which are literally 1% the size of the Chinese firms. Their market is defined in such narrow terms that the foreign firm appears to have a monopoly in China. They are subject to the antitrust law for pricing, unfairly gouging a giant Chinese firm, which has a huge geographic monopoly in China, which is not subject to the antitrust law. So we're violating what is a rule in the WTO on national treatment. It's happening repeatedly, and it's not being challenged. And so I'll just bring this back. There are lots of things we can point at, as Mike has pointed out. Some of them are violations of norms, which can be important, maybe less dramatic, but some of them are violations of rules. Some of the rule violations are because China's large, but sometimes China gets away with rule violations because it's large. And I think that problem is actually getting worse. So that's my bashing China, participation in the bashing China panel.
Thank you.
Okay, onto the security realm. And I'd say, in the security realm, there are very broadly, two views of Chinese behavior. One is that the Chinese leadership is uneducated and poorly socialized. And the theory there is through engagement, dialogue, will bring the Chinese leadership to understand the correct way of doing things. The other view is that China has its own objectives and its own strategy. And it is, in other words, an independent actor that may see things differently, perhaps very differently than we do. Now, I state those two positions first to associate myself with the latter, but also to point out that I think that former view is pervasive, either explicitly or more frequently implicitly in interactions with China in the security sphere. But I view the second as much more persuasive. And in trying to think through, how China constructs its rules in its role, I want to just offer three different lenses and tease out the implications in the maritime domain. And these three lenses for understanding Chinese behavior has to do first with a hierarchical view of international relations, second with a continental geostrategic outlook, and third, a historical narrative of victimization. So let's talk about the first, the hierarchical view of international relations. And here I'd want to contrast that view with the dominant view in the West. The dominant view in the West is that states are de jure equal, even if they are de facto unequal. UN General Assembly being the epitome of that. Burkina Faso has the same vote as the United States. Let's say that the Chinese view has a heavy overtone of a hierarchical view. So China traditionally maintained hierarchical relations between it and states, vassals, tributaries on its periphery. And I think this view is manifest not only in historic Chinese statecraft, but also in more recent statements from Chinese foreign minister, among others. But I think it also colors the way China deals with disputes, including maritime disputes, right? We tend to favor multilateral dispute resolution. China favors bilateral. I think bilateral because it allows China to try to get the maximum leverage over the small countries with whom it has disputes. I think an interesting test case for that will be to take a look at the agreement just signed this week in Qingdao as part of the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, where there's the rudiments of a code of conduct for incidents at sea. Too soon to tell, of course. Like I say, it's a good test case. But even now, I think there's some of the statements coming from the Chinese side seem to indicate that it'll be more applicable to some than to others. And that China may not feel bound by the code of conduct that it signed. That's number one. Number two is China acts according to what I would call a continentalist geostrategic outlook. And again, I draw the contrast to the outlook that I think most Americans just take as given. The United States is a maritime power, and for the United States, like Great Britain before it, sea power is a necessity. I think we view interaction in the maritime domain as positive sum, as win-win. We view the ocean, in the words of Alfred Thayer Mahan, as a great highway, as a commons, as a avenue of international commerce, and it's a sense that the use of the sea brings benefit to all, brings trade, brings commerce, brings prosperity. China, by contrast, has historically been a continental power, and continental powers view the seas differently. Whereas we are insulated to some degree from threats by the sea, continental powers like China must coexist with neighbors that pose the threat of invasion. And I think Chinese leaders see the sea as an avenue from which threats may emerge, and thinks about the sea really from the land outwards. You see this in a number of different patterns of behavior. First, a neuralgic response to activities, maritime activities on China's periphery, right? And attempts by China over time to change the accepted patterns of maritime activity and air activity on China's periphery. You also see it in the development of so-called anti-access or counter-intervention capabilities to hold other powers away from China's borders. And you also see it in a territorial view of maritime disputes, really anchored on territory. And I think that's actually it's a pervasive view, and oftentimes we speak in Mahanian terms about the commons when the Chinese view things very, very differently. The third is what I call a historical narrative of victimization. The narrative of the century of humiliation. And I use the quotes, and I use the term narrative, because that narrative coexists, but sometimes uncomfortably, with some of the historical facts. But nonetheless, I think it is a governing narrative in China today. It leads to the belief that whatever the international norms and the international rules, they were created by someone else, and that they may not always apply. That view leads to historical claims of various salients, and I'd say expanding historical claims. I think it also has fed into an anti-Japan narrative that is expressing itself, I think, in some dangerous ways in the maritime domain. So I guess my bottom line is China follows rules, but they are different rules. They're rules based on some different views of international relations, different views of strategic geography, and also a different historical narrative. And I think where we fail to understand those, we risk real problems.
Thank you. You want to wave your little red book before you?
That's right.
Over to you, comrade.
Yeah. But you can't be a China specialist without a little red book, right? So, well, let me begin. I want to thank Oriana and Stephanie for inviting me to come here today. It was surprisingly difficult to get my remarks for today approved, but we'll soldier on. As an homage to Kurt Campbell, I have 3 quick points. The first is that China has a long history in the modern era of being a rule breaker. Obviously a party born of revolution, which was clearly not a dinner party when it came to lopping off heads. And that from the beginning, the new PRC, when it was inaugurated in 1949, explicitly rejected the international order by definition. It was something that was going to be overthrown in a global revolution, and all of the existing order and all the existing order's rules were simply impediments and hegemony and imperialism that needed to be overthrown. Why do I bring all this up? Well, because the same party is in power that used to believe that. And if you read Xi Jinping and you see the neo-Maoist push and the Mao pins on government officials' lapels and everything else, it's tough not to sort of draw a direct line through all of that. And they clearly didn't write the rules. And even if going so far as the UN Security Council arrangement with the Republic of China and how that had to be redone. But you see this all through the non-aligned movement in the 50s. You see this through the peaceful principle, the five principles of peaceful coexistence and the Bandung Conference and all of that good stuff. And they fomented revolution abroad. They tried to break other people's rules. I mean, 500,000 people died in 1965 and 1966 in Indonesia when the PKI, which had been supported by Mao's regime, was slaughtered by Suharto and his leadership. And the PRC system, and this is a preview of something I want to say at the end, also during this time even broke its own rules. I mean, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is a perfect example of a party turning on itself, violating its own internal norms, and trying to destroy itself. And I couldn't help but think this morning as we were listening to the lunch speech that one of the gravest violations of rules during this period was in fact the attacks on the British Embassy during the Cultural Revolution, which violated China's commitments under the Vienna Convention and a number of other international laws. And so that I want that to be a preview of my point number 3, which talks about how China in a different way is now continuing to say one thing and do another to violate its own rules. But whereas the PRC, as a matter of state ideology, used to celebrate rule breaking, it now desperately wants to be seen as a status quo member of the international order, while still selectively following the rules and breaking the rules and breaking the norms. Now, I will say as a caveat, as a citizen of a great power, that one of the perks of being a great power is selectively adhering to rules and breaking norms. So I'm not trying to be all judgy about this, but as China has been a rising power, they have crossed a transition point where they increasingly are less shy about asserting their imperatives as a great power. Now, I was asked to come here and talk about cyberspace and the cybersecurity issue. And if you look at this at the strategic level, what's very interesting about it, because Tom mentioned the commons, and I'm glad Kristen Lord isn't here, because even though my name is on a CNAS report about the global commons, and I contributed to a chapter on cyberspace as a global commons, I'm here to tell you that cyberspace is not a global commons. In fact, the Chinese and some of the countries that are signed on to China's International Code of Conduct in cyber, I think actually have a much more accurate and realistic understanding of what sovereignty means in cyberspace than Hillary Clinton's State Department did and a number of other people. In this case, in cyber China, like in some other issues, China is more Westphalian than everybody else. They're sort of, they're trying to go as far to the right on Westphalianism as they possibly can in terms of adherence to sovereignty. In particular, they understand implicitly that the architecture of what we call cyberspace, and I'm not talking about the virtual avatar lives you all lead where you sit in chat rooms talking to other people who also like on the weekends to paint themselves blue and run around in the woods with bow and arrow doing avatar cosplay. That's not what I'm talking about. That's your own business. But the bottom line is every switch, every router, every computer that makes up the architecture of the internet is within the sovereign boundaries of a nation state and therefore governed by its laws, or that traffic travels on submarine cables or satellite connections that are owned by companies that are incorporated in countries and therefore governed by their laws. This is not the sea. This is not the air. This is not the space. There is no sovereignty-less part of cyberspace. And the Chinese understand this, and this is one of the main reasons structurally they're pushing to move international internet governance to the International Telecommunications Union under the UN, because they understand this is not an issue that needs to be dealt with as a commons. Now, the cyber espionage, I can very easily talk about this issue because there are no rules and there are no norms with regard to either espionage or cyber espionage. So it's not exactly fair to say that China is breaking rules or norms. We're just terribly upset about how good they are at stealing our crap. But that's not the same thing as criticizing someone for breaking a rule. But I will didactically make the following distinction, which I believe has been blurred in the last 6 to 9 months as we've discussed he who must not be named. And that is the distinction between traditional espionage and commercial espionage. And the United States, before all of this recent kerfuffle, or as we say in the South, the recent unpleasantness, before all of this happened, we were very aggressively pounding on the Chinese side about this distinction between using cyber for traditional espionage against government and military targets, which is perfectly acceptable, although regrettable, because everybody does it, and using it against commercial targets, which the United States government does not do. And I realized that recent information would suggest, disclosures involving Huawei or Petrobras would seem to suggest that that's not true. I'm here to tell you it is absolutely not true. And and the United States is probably the only government in the world that does not do it. But they don't do it not out of any sort of moral imprimatur, but be for the very practical reason that they wouldn't know how to share even if they did, okay? Most of the countries we're dealing with have a single state-owned oil company, a single state-owned chemical company, a single state-owned telecoms company. If their intelligence service steals something, it's very easy to figure out who to give it to, okay? But let's just say notionally that somebody in the US government stole the newest networking technology from an unnamed Chinese company. Who would you give it to? Did you give it to Cisco? Did you give it to Juniper? What about the dozen or so networking startups in Silicon Valley? Here's the ironic thing about the US system. Any one of those companies finds out that they didn't get the technology, they actually have legal standing to go to the Department of Justice for an antitrust case. Is that crazy or what? So in the absence of an ability to share, and we all know, right, sharing is caring. In the absence of an ability to share, we don't do it at all. But it is a little, I understand why the other countries find it incredible to believe that. But, you know, when there are allegations about stealing information from Huawei or Petrobras, you must remember that it is to support strategic economic intelligence to senior policymakers, not ExxonMobil and Cisco. And that is a fundamental distinction, and I will continue to argue about that until I am in the soil. Now, if you drill down on this issue, we're also very concerned about a whole set of behaviors that are related to this cyber espionage that fall, frankly, below legal thresholds. And this involves a very large volume of extra-legal technology transfers that I and my co-authors documented in our book last year on Chinese industrial espionage. The Chinese system has hundreds of organizations that we identified, thousands of personnel that form a gigantic cadre devoted to large-scale, planetary scale, open source exploitation of foreign science and technology and research material, as well as one-way transfers of technology out of individuals through a huge network of pioneering parks and tech transfer parks and a gigantic infrastructure that is designed to prime the pump for the indigenous innovation that Derek mentioned earlier. Now, none of that behavior, or the vast majority of that behavior, technically falls below any of our EAR thresholds or any of our legal thresholds, and therefore can't be described as illegal behavior. It could be reclassified as a TRIPS violation. It can be reclassified as a lot of things. But it is deeply troubling. It is deeply injurious to American economic competitiveness, and it is behavior that is seen as unacceptable. And we are reforming the export control system, I think, on one level, precisely because it's not that the Chinese were breaking rules, but that they were exploiting gaps in our system that allowed them to steal US companies blind and universities. One way that I do believe, and that getting to the norms issue, is the global IT standards regime is a perfect case. The Chinese regime explicitly and in black and white letters uses the international standards regime as a trade weapon. They did not want to pay the royalties to Irwin Jacobs at Qualcomm and other people for CDMA, and so had a state-funded effort to put together all of the parallel technologies for all of the major international telecom standards. There's a Chinese HD TV standard. There's a Chinese Wi-Fi standard. There's a Chinese, you name it, a fourth-generation telecom standard. Almost all of these standards, through legitimate international bodies like the International Standards Organization under the UN, the IEEE, the Internet Engineering Task Force, almost all of those standards have been rejected as technically inferior. But they nonetheless are appearing in products like the dual WAPI Wi-Fi chip that's in my iPhone 5, because all of the equipment is being assembled in China, and China is using the full weight of its regulatory apparatus and its product certification apparatus to force Western companies that are building products in China to incorporate those inferior rejected technology standards in their products. That's the only reason there's a dual WAPI Wi-Fi chip in my phone, is because Apple wanted a single unified global production chain for its phone. It didn't want to build a China phone and then a rest of world phone. And it couldn't because China wouldn't let them build it at Foxconn. But the real dilemma there is when you talk to the Apple Developer Connection about the WAPI side of that chip, they tell you they don't know anything about it. They say it's black boxed. They say 3 out of 4 of the crypto algorithms involved are state secrets and weren't shared with them by the State Encryption Management Bureau in China. That is not, in my view, legitimate trade behavior. That is the manipulation of the international standards regime as a trade weapon. And we're going to continue to see that, particularly given the recent revelations and the push to further divest all Chinese networks of non-domestic telecoms equipment and computer equipment. The third point, though, I'd like to make, though, is that China, and this is the part that troubles me the most, breaks its own rules or its own stated principles. In particular, I've noticed a phenomena that over the last 30 years, of course, we've all read the magazines, right? There's been this huge rise in Chinese political and economic and military and social and diplomatic power. But the thing that's bothered me the most, and I think that we've seen periodically, is that there has been a dangerous and disturbing lag in two key areas: strategic communications and crisis management. And we've seen this again and again and again in our crises with China. One of the difficulties we have on the strategic communication side is that the Chinese regime, even as it evolved from a rising power to a great power, has been trapped like a bug in amber inside its own rhetorical system, dating from the pre-modernization era. In other words, things like the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. What? Give me a break. Again, one of the perks of being a great power is interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. And when China started its go-out strategy 10 years ago, all it's been doing is interfering in the internal affairs of other countries, buying $3 billion of a country's copper, building them a new soccer stadium, building them a new presidential palace, building them a new foreign ministry, siphoning off large amounts of money for their kleptocratic children so they can race Ferraris in Monaco. All of that is a piece of a part of an international go-out strategy that fundamentally involves the effect, and we see this in Africa and other places, destruction of the domestic textile industry through Chinese imports and the labor problems they've had because they've insisted on using Chinese workers in these facilities rather than the locals and things along those lines. Stationing troops abroad. Well, it's a little difficult to maintain a constant rotation in the anti-piracy task force off the Horn of Africa and then also claim, morally, righteously, that you're not stationing troops abroad. And it's really difficult to provide logistics and sustainment to those forces if you continue to insist that you don't have foreign bases. And so you have to do all of these ideological gymnastic backflips about places, not bases, and we're going to pre-po equipment at Costco bonded terminals, but that's not really a base, even though it's military. And we're going to use our leverage to make sure that the host country allows us to have a port visit so that we can replenish food stocks. So on the one hand, you have this set of clearly outdated principles that don't really conform to what China is doing in reality, but they are trapped by them for international reputation reasons. A good example was China's, for years China was advocating in the CD in Geneva in favor of the Paros Treaty on space weaponization. It's a little difficult to square that with their January 2007 anti-satellite test. But of course, after a week of ideological incoherence about that, they came out and said, and I quote, "We tested an anti-satellite weapon in order to convince the United States to negotiate the banning of anti-satellite weapons." I would have loved to have been in the meeting when those talking points were approved. Because talk about a culture that is capable of holding two contradictory thoughts in their mind at the same time. That is the essence of Mao Dun in my mind. Similarly, no first use of nuclear weapons. Ironclad will never be revised, will never be changed, even as we watch on the ground deployment after deployment of DF-31 Alpha road mobile ICBM brigades, a new generation of at-sea SSBNs, and a whole force that to me from the outside looks like an accidental breakout into a limited warfighting force. Well, how the hell do you square that with Yao Yunju's comments about how they're going to have no first use forever? For some people in Washington, that Derek spends a lot of time with. This plays into a strategic deception narrative, which says that the way you explain the difference between what China says and what China does is that it's a gigantic strategic deception. And that there's somebody, with a white Persian cat in their lap in their floating volcano island headquarters that is sort of directing all of this, right? My argument is somewhat different, which is that it's the divergence between China's stated principles and its actual action that is the cause of serious Bob Jervian sort of misperception, will cause crisis instability, and will cause escalation control problems with the additional absence of confidence building measures and other things. And so it is in our interest for China to frankly embrace Confucius, because Confucius's concept of the rectification of names, the Zhengming. Because Confucius said there will not be harmony in the empire until the name of the thing matches the nature of the thing. That, to me, is the essence of China's problem right now. You have a Chinese Communist Party managing a state capitalist economy. You have a nuclear force that doesn't look like a no first use force, and on and on and on. And so my one piece of advice to Beijing would be Zhengming, Zhengming, Zhengming. Otherwise, there will be continued misperceptions of China's intentions and China's capabilities going into the future.
Excellent, thank you. Oriana, remind me, how much time do we have?
2:30.
Okay, let me ask one sort of speed round, and maybe two, and then I'll take some questions. None of you are liberal idealists or liberal institutionalists, so I'll dispense with the idea that somehow we're going to come up with norms that through, socializing and bureaucracies for peace create yada, yada, yada. Okay, that was the morning Wimpy panel. So I'm going to...
the United States Institute for Peace.
That's right. Apologies to our hosts. So let me get right to the...
Which has tremendous perimeter security for some reason.
Let me get right to the interest-based approach to this, national interest-based approach to this. So, are we able to shape Chinese behavior in each of these areas you've discussed? And if we are, each of you give me a number from 1 to 100, 0 to 100%. What percentage of our ability to shape China's behavior in these economic norms and rules will be based on deterrence, and what percentage will be based on self-interest? For example, China may want to join TPP because it wants to use it for internal reform. Or in the maritime sphere, China may want some code of conduct because it has sea lane interests out to the Gulf or in cyber or outer space. So let me start with Derek. We'll go down the line and give me a number. What percentage of our ability to change China's behavior in these areas is going to be thrown out the window? Socialization and norms and bureaucracies for peace. Right. What percentage will be fear, and what percentage will be greed? How much of it will require us to be deterring, and how much of it will be China's own self-interest?
Okay, I would actually make the question...
Or are we really just
even uglier and say you forgot compellence?
Okay,
I would say there's a 5 to 10% area in economics where China imports a lot of commodities, including soybeans, at the sufferance of the United States. So if you really, really wanted to get ugly, there's very high costs that could be inflicted upon China in that situation. It would also cost the rest of the world a lot, and that gets to the real question here. I would put the number as quite high that we could, that our ability to influence China potentially as quite high, like 75, 80%. But all of those entail some sort of sacrifice, including the one where it's in self-interest. The way you get China to see it's in its self-interest to reform state-owned enterprises is have a TPP chapter on state-owned enterprises they can meet in a reasonable time, which means we have to give up something. If you set the bar so high that the Japanese have trouble meeting it, include IP, the same thing, this issue was brought up in Tokyo over the weekend, then the Chinese are going to look at this and say, okay, I'd kind of like to join, but come on, you guys are not being reasonable here. So we can appeal to we have a lot of influence over China, both on the self-interest side and the deterrent side and the compellent side. All of them are going to require sacrifices by the United States, including the self-interest part, and the sacrifices are going to get uglier. In terms of what I would be short of compellence but beyond self-interest is what we're trying to do, and I think unfortunately failing in TPP, which is create an environment where we're hurting the Chinese in a certain direction by setting up these agreements that say, look, you can join. If you don't join, things are going to get worse for you. That's not easy. We're having trouble with it right now. We're going to have to make economic sacrifices or concessions to our TPP partners, to our TTIP partners, and so on. So I think our influence over China is potentially very high. It all comes, including the self-interest part, with a cost. And I think the question is not whether we can influence China, it's whether we're willing to pay the price to influence China. And that's a, perfectly legitimate national interest question.
Good. So TPP is key. How'd that go, by the way, in Tokyo? More work to do. Yeah.
If I was, I think the U.S. in the maritime domain has United States and its allies, have a great ability to influence Chinese behavior. Whether we always exercise that ability as effectively as we could is another matter. But if I was, trying to think about the split between deterrence, and I think Derek's right, deterrence / compellence on the one hand and self-interest on the other, the split I would have is maybe about 70-30, something like that.
Which is 70?
Deterrence slash compellence. Now,
what about the self-interest part?
Well, see, that's where it's tricky, right? Because this gets into perceptions of self-interest versus the reality. Look, the reality is that I would say no country has benefited more from U.S. command of the commons and the globalization that it's brought on and the free flow of goods and services. No country has benefited more from that than China. And yet, I think,
except the United States.
Well, no, I mean in terms of rise in incomes overall. No, I think China, because the gains have been from such a lower starting point, and yet I think that is it is a dissatisfying position to be in for China today, as probably with Germany in the early 20th century, to have one's economic destiny in the hands of others, even though others are fundamentally invested in the system.
So you haven't given any percentage to the possibility, even if it's small, that Beijing may be interested down the road in a code of conduct and so forth because of 80% plus imports of hydrocarbons by sea and so forth.
No, that's my 30%.
Oh, that's your 30%. I thought you said compellence.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Deterrence / compellence at 70. Self-interest at 30. No,
I never used quant methods in my PhD. I apologize.
That's right. No, so about 30%.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that, by the way.
Yeah, my late faculty advisor at UCLA asked me why I wasn't using game theory in my political science PhD, and I looked at him and I said, Rick, you'll see game theory in my PhD when it shows up in your work. So, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Cyber deterrence is extremely problematic. I see my old RAND colleague, Tom McNaugher, up there, and it reminds me of when I joined RAND in '95, and I was waiting to get my clearance. I was sitting out on a trailer out in the parking lot, and they handed me a big stack of Kahn, Wohlstetter, Schelling, and Ellsberg. We were still reading Ellsberg those days. And you sat out there and read the canon while you were waiting for the system to do its business. I have subsequently gone back through the canon and tried to apply it to cyber deterrence. And difficulties that you have attributing the origin of an attack really fundamentally undermine almost all the core pillars of the deterrence canon. You combine that with our inability for intended effects. I mean, out in the garage, I've got my wheel of death in my briefcase. So many pounds of overpressure at optimum burst height does the following to a wood building. I still have it with me. There is no such wheel for cyber, and there never will be because of the law of unintended effects. And so cyber deterrence is really difficult. I realize it's a goal. We've put out some pretty milquetoast declaratory statements in the last 4 or 5 years. Basically, as you'd expect, the United States, when faced with a strategic cyber attack, will, in a manner in time of its own choosing, respond with the full measure of U.S. national power. The problem is cyber is not an area where we have escalation dominance. Because we're so wired, we're actually a big, juicy target. And in fact, last year we were trawling around in some Chinese cyber chat rooms, and we found a screenshot that a young Chinese hacker had put up of his hack of the graphical user interface for the industrial control system that controls Washington Gas here in the National Capital Region. That's what I mean by asymmetry. And so you can't just say you have a credible deterrent because you say you have a credible deterrent. You have to have some Berlin airlifts and some Cuban Missile Crises along the way. So while that may be a good asymptotic goal for us, there's a good Molander word, right, Tom? An asymptotic goal for us, it's not anything we're going to achieve anytime soon. So I ascribe much higher percentage to China's own self-interest, which we're having difficulty getting them to because they still maintain an asymmetric perception of this domain. In other words, that the US and other powers are asymmetrically vulnerable in cyber while they are not. Right. And they are somewhat coming around to it. The fact that all Chinese credit card transactions are processed on servers in the United States, little things like that. China has set up its great firewall in a way that's fantastic for internal security, frankly terrible for waging cyber war. They've created bottlenecks on their own ability to actually be able to have follow-on attacks. So getting back to Derek's point, though, about, China will start protecting IPR when it has IPR to protect, I think the point I don't agree with. Yeah, but there's an analog in cyber where people say, China will begin to care about global cybersecurity when it has its own internal cybersecurity problems. It'll start caring about hackers when Chinese hackers from one company start hacking other Chinese companies. But I would actually not bet against the Chinese possibility of maintaining those two thoughts in their mind at the same time, which is that they have a domestic problem, but that what goes on in the international space is not a reflection of their domestic problem. And so, I'm actually a bigger advocate of efforts by some to reduce the metaphysical certainty that the Chinese have and the veracity of the information that they're exfiltrating from our networks, such that their own system has to reform and that they realize that the game is up at some level and that they have to turn down the volume on the exfiltrations because they realize that they're simply not getting the same quality information as they were before, and that we can find some sort of an equilibrium. But again, as I said before, in espionage, in all cases, there are no rules, there are no norms. I've struggled for years to try and figure out what a Moscow rules in cyberspace might look like, and it just makes my brain hurt.
Excellent. We'll now take questions from the audience. I have to warn you that if you tell this panel that they're being hypocritical, they won't care. In fact, U.S. diplomats in Asia up until about December 1941 were authorized to say the United States stands by the principle of non-interference in internal affairs, in spite of the intervention of the Boxer Rebellion, the annexation of the Philippines, the intervention in Siberia, yada, yada, yada. So there's a little bit of China in all of us. Right, please identify yourself. And we have microphones. And we have 15 minutes, so I'm happy to ask a question while people make up their mind. I think you've scared them all. In the back there.
Steve Wonders, local researcher. This to the first speaker. This is probably a minor point, but with the authors of the new Chinese economic reform seem to be very concerned about this issue of hot money and its deleterious effect, perhaps. They're trying to find ways to prevent this from happening. How does that fit in with the open capital flows? What's your take on that?
All right, it's a very important point. It's just it's a little hard to tie directly to the discussion today. The Chinese have created, I mean, this may be following on with Jim's point about breaking their own rules. They've created their own hot money problem. All the capital flow in and out of China is due to their own rigidity, their own controls. It's nobody's fault but theirs. There was this talk a few years ago that the U.S. was causing inflation in China. Chinese money supply is 2/3 larger than American money supply, even though the stock of wealth is 1/3 the size. Right? So this is China's problem entirely. And essentially, I think they are now using their own domestic weakness. And we've seen this in economics all the time. We do it. Japan did it for a long time. They're using their own self-inflicted domestic economic weakness to say, we can't follow your rules yet. It'll come later. So they're using the domestic side to say, I know, we're supposed to do that, but we're not going to. That only works up to a point. The Chinese banking system, which is responsible for all these distortions, was getting stronger until 2008, and then they ruined it with the response to the financial crisis. So they're not getting farther away from being able to comply. So the way I would tie it back to this is, are we at the level of real rules here? No, they're pretty strong norms, and they kind of verge on don't mess with other countries during a crisis, which China's done a pretty good job of actually following that rule. But they're not getting closer to compliance, and it's because of their own actions at home. So along the lines of what Jim said, they're saying one thing, we want to follow these rules, we're moving in that direction, but at home they're doing things that are taking them farther away. I don't know if that helps to answer, okay?
Thank you.
I can say much more outrageous things if you guys don't start asking questions.
We'll take another question. Quickly, please.
Speak in tongues.
Thank you. My name is Zhang Hong. I'm from China's Saixi Media. I wonder if the panel can put this question into a broader context, because when China breaks the rule, actually there are also a bunch of free riders who also break the rule against the US-led world order. So can you put that into context and see how this game how does this game play when there's a bunch of rule breakers, perhaps led by China and US on the other side? Thank you.
Well, I'll say, for instance, that if I was a global hacker organization or a foreign intelligence service with a SIGINT capability, and I wanted to hack into the United States, I would route all of my attacks through Chinese servers.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, when it comes to maritime claims, the maritime domain, I think the big difference, the big contrast is in acceptance of dispute mechanisms. So there are plenty of dispute mechanisms for maritime claims. China stands out as one country that's opposed multilateral dispute resolution and sought to do it bilaterally. So it's less the nature of the dispute than how it's dealt with.
On the econ side, that's an excellent question. One of the functions of China being big is when China breaks a rule, everyone notices and they think, did they get away? Did they get away with breaking that rule? Was it beneficial to them? So for a little while, we had people talking about state capitalism is going to take over the world. Now we have Chinese state firms being the most indebted of any large economy. So hopefully that is checked. But the point is, when China did it, when China had this model, it got a lot more attention and more people following and more people bringing this up in international discussions than when other countries might have done it who were smaller. So I think you're absolutely right that one of the reasons we emphasize China breaking rules so much beyond their behavior being bad is that it's China breaking the rule. We can all see it, and others are going to copy.
Yeah, and I will say that all the other countries in the world that are looking at this move of international internet governance away from ICANN, which, by the way, was never a cat's paw of the Commerce Department. That was the most ludicrous argument ever. Anyone who ever met Esther Dyson or Rod Beckstrom and asked them how they felt about the U.S. government, they were clearly not a cat's paw of the Commerce Department. But as we move, as China and its allies want to move that to the ITU, there are a lot of countries that are going to free ride on China and Russia's leadership on that in order to be able to change elements of the international order in that area to their liking. And there will no doubt be explicit or implicit payoffs to the countries who buy into that new sovereignty construct for cyber.
I would say, though, because you asked about, in effect, a loose coalition of revisionist states opposed to the United States. And China, for all the reasons everyone's been saying, it's big and it's highly dependent on the international economy. China is not in the same category as Iran or North Korea, or in some ways even India, or Russia. So when people talk about China learning the wrong lessons from the Crimea, yes, there are some very impressive lessons on how to combine special forces and economic and informational tools, but Russia doesn't care. Putin doesn't care as much about U.S. relations or the international economy as Xi Jinping has to. And that's even more the case when you're talking about Iran. So there will be areas, I think Jim pointed to one of the most important, telecommunications / cyber, or human rights and democracy, or general questions of interference in international affairs. There will be alignments of convenience, but a coalition of revisionists, I think, is actually very contrary to China's interests, in spite of my earlier statements about interdependence and so forth. I thought I saw another hand. Yes, right here. That's Bruce.
Hi, I'm Bruce McDonald with the U.S. Institute of Peace, and I'm an adjunct at Johns Hopkins SAIS. I'm a part of a couple of Track 1.5 dialogue groups, and one of them is on strategic nuclear dynamics. I wanted to respond to a comment of Jim's, good Irish name, and it's very good. One, on your comment on no first use, I don't think the existence of mobile ICBMs per se is necessarily means that they are being hypocritical about no first use, but I do think that the fact that there was no mention of no first use in their most recent defense white paper is interesting. And also that if they start putting missiles to sea, and yet they say, oh, we always keep our nuclear warheads demated from our missiles. Well, how does that work? Now, that I think it's in spades says how does that how do they square that? But I wanted to one thing that in the dialogue that drives me nuts, and this is not quite rule breaking per se, but in line with your theme that of course the United States never tries to have it both ways. But here, where I think China does is China will very often make the point about, well, we're a smaller power. We are, and yes, transparency in theory is nice, but really, the weaker powers, and we are much weaker than the United States, we tend to benefit more from opacity than from transparency. And at the same time, they want to say that, well, we're a big power in other spheres. So I guess my question to you or anyone in the panel there is, do you see any signs that as China begins to more feel its oats as a major power, and should be taking more responsibility as well as rights. Do you see any signs of that tendency to want to have it both ways changing, or are we sort of stuck with that for the duration? After all, they've gotten a lot of mileage out of it. I mean, if I were them, I might want to stick with it as well, but I'd be interested in your perspectives on that.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's an accident that the track 1.5 on cyber that I'm involved in, your nuclear one, previous nuclear 1.5s I've been involved in, space 1.5s, you have to say to yourself, why do they prefer this track? Why do they want to have a track that's not track 1, it's not gov-gov, it's not track 2, pure academic, but they want to have this one that's sort of a mix of government officials and non-government officials, and government officials can make non-statements and issue non-papers and do all these sorts of things. And the argument is because of their asymmetry. They want to be able to communicate in message, but they don't want to be held to any deliverable that comes out of these meetings. So they feel like, given their self-perception of that asymmetry, those are the ideal places for them to be. Now, they've all, in various stages, the cyber one has basically morphed into a 1.1 at this point. And it became the cyber working group under the Strategic Economic Dialogue, which still is having meetings about scheduling meetings, about having more meetings, about scheduling the meetings, about the size of the table and the protocol arrangements about the next meeting and the timing of the meeting. But it nonetheless provided a channel. But I think that is a manifestation, their use of those channels is a manifestation of their unwillingness to get beyond the playing it both ways that you're talking about, Bruce. Now, on the nuclear side, I realize the nuclear force is small. I'm just challenging people to think more creatively and more out of the box than they have historically as we see a sort of technologically determinist sort of modernization of this force. And I'm not talking about intentional breakout. I'm talking about the leadership waking up one morning and looking at a very robust road mobile force and possibly an at-sea SSBN force and simply asking the question, hey, did we just wake up this morning with a limited warfighting force or a force to frap, and then the snowflakes start coming down into the Chinese policy system? Tell me what I can do with this thing. But they'll never abandon no first use, and that's my point. So we read this Chinese book, this, the Second Artillery Campaign Operations book, and there's 2 pages where they talk about the 7 criteria under which China will fire first. So, and some of them, apropos of the global, the conventional precision global strike discussion, some of the criteria where China will go first in nukes, it says if we are attacked by conventional forces that attack our nuclear forces with an effect that approximates what a nuclear attack would be. Well, that's hypersonic glide, that's railgun, that's a whole bunch of stuff that right here and now. That would cause them to do that. But how do we negotiate with them? How do we deal with them bilaterally at the strategic level if there is such a huge chasm between their stated doctrinal position and the facts on the ground of the forces that they have?
Yeah. So did you want to say something on this?
Yeah, I would chime in, and I agree. I think the concern is that I don't see the political statement of no first use going away, but that exists uneasily with a number of developments in force posture, but also these doctrinal statements that that seem to point at least to some major qualifications in what that means. Your last point was them having it both ways. I think in part in the nuclear realm and related realms, they can have it both ways because we let them have it both ways. So on the one hand, the United States and Russia. Not always, not currently on the best of terms. We have clarified our nuclear posture. They want to play a big role, and yet they're unwilling to clarify their posture, let alone participate in strategic nuclear arms negotiations. The United States and Russia eliminated a whole class of weapons, and it's a class of weapon that China has deployed and continues to develop and deploy in great numbers. So, and yet, I don't hear discussions about globalizing the INF treaty, which I think would be warranted. And I don't hear our diplomats engaging the Chinese in discussions along those lines. So I think we sometimes abet that type of having it both ways.
I think across all three of your areas, the better play increasingly is going to be multilateralizing, as you pointed out, code of conduct in the South China Sea. To the extent we can get norms on cyber and space, a multilateral approach is going to be more effective, and then TTIP, TPP, and broadening the rulemaking and norm making.
Yeah.
That's going to be the play. I want to ask one really quick question before Oriana can get up here and pull this off of me. Look, the nuclear is a perfect example, and you can give many more. There's a no first use policy that's stated usually by the Foreign Ministry. Yeah. And then there's a warfighting doctrine usually that comes out of the Academy of Military Sciences or the PLA, which contradicts it. So you hear two takes on that. Mm-hmm. One is, stovepiping. It's a problem. It's a good thing that Xi Jinping is creating a National Security Council at NSB. It's a good thing that he's centralizing economic reform and counter-corruption. The centralization of authority, this presidential style of decision-making and strategy, it's good because it'll empower the foreign ministry and their nationalists, and it'll get rid of these, problematic gaps. The other view is, no. This is all quite strategic and deliberate. You centralize it under an NSC, or you centralize economic reform, and you end up with much more effective use of these state instruments to break rules and norms. So we only have 10 seconds, but I'm going to violate Oriana's norm for just 2 minutes. And I'd be very interested in each of your takes on how much of this is an accident of stovepiping that could be fixed by centralization with a strong leader like Xi Jinping, or how much of it could actually get worse?
In econ, this is straightforward. There's a reform camp that's led by the People's Bank, and then there's a centralization camp that's led by the NDRC. And if Xi Jinping comes in and says, I will adjudicate among these, and you will follow my orders, and he can be effective, as Deng Xiaoping was when he initiated reform in a much more difficult situation, then reinitiated it after Tiananmen, then, okay, well, they become more effective. And then the following question is, they become more effective doing what? Well, they had this sweeping reform announcement that they say they want, but it's all very vague. It isn't going to work as it is. So if you believe Xi Jinping is really committed to market reform, it's great that he would centralize power and make that decision. And if you think he's not, then we have, exactly as you pointed out, a more concentrated, a suppression of the reform camp, and we have a China that will cheat more effectively internationally. So that, unfortunately, we don't have enough information to answer about him yet. Okay. That's the risk.
I think our perception is that China's leaders think about defense and national security externally much more than they actually do. Even in the discussions about the National Security Council, it's primarily domestically focused. And so, whether it's centralization or not, I don't see that changing. I think, look, the big military decisions get the attention of the leadership, and other ones don't. So I don't see that being as big a driver in defense.
So we had the Central Military Commission. That's all that mattered anyway. Yeah.
In cyber, the lack of centralization is a huge problem, and it's a huge problem because their system is very different than ours. They have this bottom-up, entrepreneurial, grassroots cyber espionage system. Go let 100 schools contend. In sharp contrast to ours, which is top-down, tight-sphinctered, heavily controlled, and we need to drive their system up that way because it's this grassroots decentralized system that has contributed to the volume and even the redundancy. Same different intrusion sets going after the same targets, all kinds of interesting things. I want to drive them to a centralized process, but for a perverse reason. And that is because I know that the extent to which they centralize that decision making, and next to every 3 PLA Technical Reconnaissance Bureau operator is someone from the Inspector General's office and a lawyer and an auditor, that their system will grind to the same halt that ours has. And that by definition, because of all that paperwork, that the volume of the intrusions will go down. And so by pointing out to them, what's going on an ad hoc level at the lower levels, I think it plays naturally into their desire to centralize the system. And I think that will actually allow us to establish some sort of a Moscow rules in cyber, which we couldn't do as long as there were 24 sets operating relatively independently and encouraged to just go out and be fruitful.
Excellent. Jim, Tom, and Derek, thank you. It was great. Thanks for indulging the extra 2 minutes, and thanks for your participation.
That's good. That was good.
Yeah, it was good. We ended up, that last question worked out really well. He said no, he said yes, and I said between.
time to talk. So, that's actually what we're talking about. No, we're talking about. Okay. So the lack of so yeah, everybody. Right. I saw you up in the Asian side. Yeah, we've got Yes, I think so. Transparency, I do think so. And the Japanese government just vote and don't lie. Saying we're And then we have the U.S., which is just certainly parts of it. So, well, like for instance, the Sure. Is there any chance, I'm not here from California, I'm videotaping. Video on camera? Moving forward. What's the next you have any questions or I know you're running in and out? Yeah, no, I have to. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's all right. I appreciate it. So anyway, thank you very much for. Oh, sure. No, I appreciate it. Thanks again. That's what we say. We need to centralize Chinese cyber for commercial to make it grand. I got yes, I can only imagine. Just like right. So just like any special people do that exactly. I can't say, oh no, we're not sure. I think that's a great one. It's not a representation, but in a way that says, look, you're not able to participate now. We welcome your participation. We'll see how far we can go. And I think that would be positive. I agree that China's not emphasizing it, but I think it's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting. I think, you know, this was brought up. This was brought up a little bit there, and I was going to say something about it. We still have this thing in China where it's like, we want to be big, but we're not rich, right? So we're big, we work, we get the tail out. I got the scenes of rich, more than the World Bank. And so I think China wants recognition of its importance. To me, let's say China's the second largest gold player in the United States. It doesn't fit very well. The arguments of whether we're not wealthy, we can do this. I mean, some of this is true. China has by far the largest national resources in the world. But you understand what I'm saying? That China certainly wants recognition of organizations like that. But when you say that China's going to be a little more important than that, there are parts of people in Chinese bureaucracy that don't like this, like they're not comfortable.
Extra voting power doesn't really bring much benefit to China.
Right.
It doesn't.
Right. It's symbolic rather than concrete, and as a symbol, the IMF is a funny thing for China to be associated with. If it was the World Bank, I would be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they have so much issues with World Bank.
No, and in
the
fact,
World Bank reform was relatively easy. It was done.
right, exactly. Exactly, and China, of course, has complementary and competitive and friendly competition with World Bank and development finance and so on. So I just think the nature of the institution is why, even though China has a very strong moral position, there's not a lot of push on that.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to China. Absolutely. So you don't come to any part of the conference except your own panel, is that right?
She has a less than 2 left on the phone.
Oh, okay.
So we're all
You're just saying, achieving verticality.
I'm looking at the audience. It's 2:30. You need to do 2 minutes. It's fine.
Less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure this won't come up in therapy.
Yeah. You're not helping it.
You're outnumbered on this.
I don't have a problem with that. I have female bosses.
She believes she remembers everything. Right? Your older daughter is crossover with part of it, but I mean, she would just say things like,
Well, there's things you're going to try to flip it, so I'm going to
no. She's 9. So there's a lot of, she knows how to. I remember all these horrible things she did to me.
Tell her we're trying to do
It's been sitting in a jacket. It's on, it's powered on.
We have your bells.
You guys. So you're first and then first. You remember you guys. No, so you go first.
Thanks. I talk too fast because I'm not fine for everybody. And I thought you were complaining all that. So I would say that.
You know what, I always talk too fast. Sometimes you
Well, I don't know if you knew this, my thought you were the panelist on mine, so he prepared remarks.
That's what happened, because I was sitting there saying, shit, I have to say stuff
And
now.
so I was hoping to hurry up so Mike had more time to get remarks, and he didn't give it any remarks.
So, guys, you went and just decided. Someone just, like, second and then third. So, you don't want to take your name tags off? Take your name tags off.
They're all gonna love
It's all about the photo. I don't care what you say. Somebody's going to retweet the photo of the panel. So wait,
What are you doing in Beijing? Let's do this now.
That should be good. Be aware of it.
You know what? It's honestly, it's up to you. You want to sit? You get it. You got it too. And it's on as far as power. Don't worry about that. They do turn they have the mics, like, because I can't make any side on
They never are. That's not true. I don't sleep at all. Yeah, but you can't rest unless you just pump it already. I think after early.
I don't want to provoke Stephanie where there's elbows or fisticuffs.
Very much, and welcome to the last panel, where we will finally be looking at China as a partner. I'll quickly introduce my fellow panelists here. Phil Saunders runs NDU's China Shop, China Center. He's been at this for we won't say, okay, for a long time. Taya Smith, who will speak second, is managing partner at Garnett Strategies, and she served as China advisor to Todd Stern, Special Envoy on Climate Change, and previous to that, she worked with Hank Paulson on the SED, which has, of course, since become the SNED, when strategic was rehabilitated as a term and allowed to be used. So it'll be interesting to get her insights on how that contributed to partnership or elsewise. And Melanie Hart is Director for Chinese Energy and Climate Policy at American Progress. She's focusing on science and technology development policies for energy innovation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Phil to start off.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. What I'm going to try to do is set a little bit of context and talk a little bit about the security side of cooperation and partnerships, partly because my other panelists have much greater practical experience in some of the other areas. So let me talk a little bit about the why of U.S.-China cooperation. And I'm not going to frame this within the context of the new type of major country relationship.
Thank you very much.
Because Stephanie will slap me if I do. But the why. I mean, first at a pragmatic level, because there's lots of issues where if the United States and China don't find ways to work together or coordinate our efforts, problems are just not going to get solved. Big picture things like climate change, big things like regional security issues, dealing with the Iranian nuclear weapons program, the North Korea problem. If the US and China can't find ways to work together, important things are not going to get done, and that's going to be bad for the United States, bad for China, bad for the region, and bad for the world. So there is an imperative at that level. I think a second reason, which is maybe a little bit less understood, is, as you heard from the earlier panels, there's an increasing sense of competition in U.S.-China relations, of strategic competition, both within the region on security issues and in areas such as cyber and strategic questions like nuclear weapons and military modernization. And there's the potential for that competitive aspect of the relationship to take over. What we have today is what I like to call a complex, multifaceted relationship with lots of common interests and some areas of competition. And in order to balance that, it's important to find ways to manage the more competitive sides of the relationship and to find ways to cooperate in ways that matter to both countries. It's across the board on a range of issues, but it's also important in the security sphere because if there is a cooperative side to the military relationship, if there is a cooperative side to the strategic relationship, I think it helps balance and leaven the overall part, and it helps to manage that, that more competitive dimension. So that's a second piece on the why cooperation matters. Let me talk a little bit about some of the areas, and I think it's potentially helpful to think of things happening bilaterally within the region and then outside the Asia-Pacific. Bilaterally, we're doing more with military-to-military relationships, trying to have a better understanding of how we each think about the world, about the region, about military issues. We're trying to build on that understanding to have better channels of communication and ability to manage problems and crises when they occur. And some of the tools we have, such as a hotline between our Department of Defense and the Chinese military, those aren't just tools of crisis management, they're also tools of cooperation and coordination. And I think the same is true at the White House level, although my panelists can speak to that maybe more. So having those mechanisms at the bilateral level to be able to work together to define common interests, part of that is having regular dialogues, which we do when senior officials visit, which we do when different parts of the State Department have talks on regional issues. So the bilateral piece is important. Within the region, there's both traditional security issues that we're trying to deal with, some of those common problems like North Korea, and their nuclear ambitions and bad behavior. Some of them more contentious issues, such as overlapping maritime sovereignty claims. And even though the U.S. isn't involved directly as a claimant, we have interests at play. We have principles such as freedom of navigation, peaceful resolution of disputes, international law and respect for it, which are important. And those rub against the Chinese in the wrong way sometimes. So we are a player on those traditional areas. And right now, that tends to complicate our efforts to cooperate on security issues. Probably North Korea is the area where we've done the most. But that's a case where the US and China approach the North Korean problem with a different perspective, with different priorities, with different sets of tools which we can bring to bear. And you'd have to say there's been a lot of cooperation on process, but not a lot of results in terms of concrete security accomplishments, as Stephanie has written a lot. I think where there is more scope for cooperation within the Asia-Pacific region is on non-traditional security issues. And there's a host of those, whether it is dealing with counterterrorism, whether it's dealing with humanitarian affairs and disaster relief, whether it's dealing with tragedies such as the Malaysian airliner that's gone missing and efforts to find that. These issues are things that matter to real people in Asia and to countries throughout the region. They are not so competitive in scope. They're an area where the US and China bring different capabilities to the table. And there's an expectation and I think a demand from other countries in the region for the US and China not only to do more, but to find ways to do more together, to be able to work effectively with each other and with other countries in the region. So I think there's a lot of scope there. And this is actually an area we sometimes say competition, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think you can have it be a good thing. And in this area of non-traditional security, if China's building a capability to do more with other countries, to help other countries, that's a good thing. It's not a problem for the region. It's not a problem for the United States. And if it spurs the US to try to cooperate better with countries in the region, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a positive thing. And we have started to see the US and China work together to learn how to do, say, humanitarian affairs and disaster relief operations. And that matters in the real world. When there was the earthquake in Sichuan in 2008, the US and China had done an exercise on disaster response in 2007, and that positioned the US military to know how to work with China and to help do relief operations. So I think there's a great emphasis of that as an area in mill-to-mill relationships, less contentious, more scope for cooperation, and I think both the militaries are working hard on doing that. But still, when you think about it, within Asia, the contentious issues, the competitive ones, make it more challenging to cooperate. I think, therefore, the final point is if you look outside the region, I think actually there it's usually easier to cooperate. And you can think of examples such as the counter-piracy operations that China's contributing to in the Gulf of Aden. That's a new initiative for China. They're not necessarily directly working. There's not a shared command and control relationship, but there is cooperation. There have been exercises on how to do that mission more effectively. There's been information sharing. And as China has become more comfortable with that role, I think they've been more willing to interact with the other countries that are participating in counter-piracy and share information and lessons learned. And I think in those kind of cases where there's not a direct security confrontation or a conflict of interest, it's a lot easier to cooperate. And it's also the case that some of the contentious issues, such as operations within exclusive economic zones, are not such obstacles because China doesn't have exclusive economic zones in other parts of the world. So it removes some of the contentious areas and sources of tension and allows us to focus on the more cooperative side. And I think part of the hope, if you think about it holistically, is bilaterally we'll have better understanding, better both crisis management and cooperation coordination mechanisms that'll help us work more effectively. Within the region, that we can work on the non-traditional security pieces where there is great scope for cooperation and a demand from the region for us to find a way to do it, and find ways to manage these more contentious parts, and hopefully better cooperation outside the region can build habits that then come back and help ameliorate the problems within the region. And I don't like to use Cold War analogies, but it is an interesting fact that when the Soviet Navy started to be more active in other parts of the world, their approach on things like rules of the road and international norms started to change. That is what got us to an incidents at sea agreement, which helped stabilize some of those maritime parts. And again, the US-China relationship is not the Cold War, it's much more cooperative, but that notion that you can find common interests and cooperate outside the region on important issues, for example, on the Iranian nuclear program or counter-piracy in Somalia, and then use that to help manage the more contentious sides of the relationship. I think that part of it is a good model. We have good examples in the real world with US-China cooperation. I think it's something we need to do more of so that talk of partnership isn't just talk, but it's real action in real places solving real problems.
Great, thank you. I have an informal name for this. I call it the concentric circle cooperation theory, which is the farther away from China's borders, the more ready they are to cooperate. Sudan is another example, Democratic Republic of Congo. When you get closer to the border, you have to rely on the Chinese panic factor, like, uh-oh, Afghanistan is soon going to be our problem, or they're lobbing shells over the Myanmar border, and then you can see a bit of that. Please.
So I would just start with, I guess, affirming a lot of what Phil was just saying. When we think about cooperation with China, the first thing is why you're going to do it. And I bring it down, I'll bring to this very much of a practical, here's how we get the work done. Because there's a lot of discussion about why we should do it, where we go, the importance of it, but how do you actually cooperate with this country, which can be really, truly the most irritating country to cooperate with and to work with, but also one of the most rewarding. And so all of us here in this room have spent time working on China or interested in China, and I would guarantee if you've spent time there, you'll find that it is a fascinatingly wonderful place to work, and you can't imagine working anywhere else because things just move at a slow speed in the rest of the world, including our own, right?
Including here.
Horrifying to say. So the first thing is, well, why are we going to do it? And I like to think I'm saying different words, the same things that you were just saying, but first of all is we need to make sure that we keep our eye on the strategic relationship and the importance of it, and we don't let the kind of day-by-day crisis overshadow how we feel about each other. So multiple levels of cooperation become critical there. Ensuring effective communication. As you're saying, when you've got a crisis, you need to make sure that you can pick up the phone and call someone. And if you don't have that background of working together, there's nobody at the other end to call because they're not expecting your call. The third piece I would just say is leveraging the wider benefits, whether it be working in Sudan or Myanmar or other issues around. There's always something else that can benefit that might not be the direct focus of your cooperation. So when I look at China, the first thing we do is we think about, we call the 360-degree approach. How can you work on something and have it be successful, guaranteed? And as in any business relationship or any government to government, there's no guarantees. So what we try to do is ensure that we can make it. So that means you find ways to work with academia, you find ways to work with business community, you find ways to work with the government, you find ways to work all the way around the circle till you're actually able to move things in the same direction. And understanding how everything is interconnected in China is going to be the most important thing because it's what you're trying to influence. If you push in one spot and you had no idea that so-and-so went to school together 25 years ago with another person who happens to be at a different ministry and they talk together and things don't work out, then you didn't understand the dynamics that you were influencing. Now, when I'm in China talking about this stuff, I'll say, actually, you know what? The way it works in China is exactly the way it works in Washington. And it works the same way. Maybe we don't have as tight a connection amongst our schools and the people who've gone and spent a lot of time together, but we certainly interact the same way that you do in China. So the first rule of thumb when we're talking about cooperation is treat it as though it was working in your own community and in your own world, because all people are the same. So we say the US and China are remarkably alike. The interests are really similar. Every single official that I've ever sat across the table from and been really frustrated and irritating, they have a family at home just like I do. They have children at home who want to know why they're never around. And they're tired. They had to get up early that morning and prepare all these briefings exactly the same way that I did, but actually their system was even more stringent than our system here, and that you had to write all this stuff and get approvals and back and forth. And so as soon as you humanize the people that you're working with, it makes it a lot easier. Entrepreneurship, we talk about the Chinese dream, something that Xi Jinping has been speaking of recently. We think of the Chinese dream as actually quite similar to the American dream. There is an expectation the government will do more than we have here in the US. And there's an expectation that it will move a whole lot faster. So take your conception of the American dream, put it on steroids, and you're starting to approach what the Chinese dream looks like. I would say the biggest difference when you just approach this is between how you value friendships. And to think about it, you know, in the US, we often invite people back to our house and say, will you come and have dinner with us? But we don't really actually mean it. And in China, I've never been invited to anybody's house for dinner where they didn't follow up with the time and the place and what do you want to eat. Like, people really do mean things a little more than they do here often. And this is a general stereotype for 1.3 billion people. But overall, to treat people with a human perspective makes a difference. And it's also important, too, to remember in China, when you do something to help people, they really remember it much more clearly than we do here. And that I've spoken with someone who helped a Chinese official when he was just starting out 30 years ago. That Chinese official did not forget that he'd gotten some help from that person. And they come back for the next 30 years doing meetings and things, and you help each other out in a different way than we tend to think of here. So, of course, this broader question is great. So you want me to treat them like people. We want to actually try to get something done, but can we trust this other side? And this is where, when we launched the Strategic Economic Dialogue, which is the predecessor to the SNED, the Chinese talked about trust and mutual trust a lot. And the US, we were all thinking, oh great, How are we going to have some kumbaya moment? We're going to have trust. There's nothing that's going to be accomplished. Can we move through this? And you learn that trust meant a lot, and this sense of mutual trust was really important because their side thinks the same thing about our side that thinks about them. It's really an opaque system. We can't figure out how to work with them. We don't understand what Congress is doing. Well, welcome to the page there. But there's a feeling that this is so complicated. So the CNOOC deal with Newcall was the one that everybody speaks about when you talk about how do you invest in the US. For CNOOC, they felt like they did the right thing. They hired lawyers in Washington. The lawyers in Washington should have done their lobbying. It should have been easy. There shouldn't have been a problem. They paid money, and that was unusual at the time. And it turns out that it wasn't enough. And then we talk about how you have to work the different levels of government, and they're thinking, this is just crazy. How can these people get anything done? So what have we done using this approach? Well, we set up a dialogue, the Strategic Economic Dialogue, which was all based around the idea that we need to get together. Now, in the SED, we got together so much that by the time the next administration came around, both sides said, Uncle, we can't do this every 6 months. We need to do this once a year. I would argue very much that regularly getting together, spending time together, is just like if you guys go out and play soccer. It's when you're spending time together in the trenches, 24 hours of negotiating for 3 or 4 days straight, and then you do it again in 6 months, you really get to know your partners. And this is how you're able to build trust and build common shared experiences in a new way. So the SED was a platform that was created to find ways for all of us to spend time together. And all of us meaning anything that could possibly be considered part of an economic relationship. Now, the SNED has continued that same idea. They've made it even bigger, but it's still the same concept that you need to work together. Now, the key here is that when things got really tough, because everyone had spent so many hours talking together, and we would actually every 6 months also go on a retreat where we go hiking, checking out the market economy status in different parts of the US or in China so that we knew what we were talking about when we talked about market economy status as an economic issue. A lot of really interesting things together, but those same guys that I spent time hiking up mountains with, working out agendas, creating new outcomes for the dialogue, were the same ones that we picked up the phone and called and said, what? I just heard that you guys plan to sell off all your treasuries. Is that true? And if you don't have those deep relationships, then it is very difficult to pick up the phone and call them and talk to them about it. So the 2008 financial crisis is an excellent example of how having a very intense relationship leads to benefits down the road. And again, whether it be from the top officials, our presidents working together around the first G20 meeting in November of 2008, where the Chinese were the first country that we actually reached out to say, do we want to have a G20 meeting as opposed to it being the normal G7 or G8 grouping together. So when we reached out to the Chinese, because we knew we could talk to them about it, they weren't going to complain, they weren't going to have problems, those relationships have been established over time. Then I say a couple of quick pieces that make it a big difference. So you build trust, you work together, you play together, you get to know each other, you get to know about each other's families. All of that's nice. It sounds fluffy talk. But there's also a question around clarity of your system. So it might be very difficult for Americans who have not worked or spent a lot of time in China to understand how the Chinese system works. Even people I know who work in the business community are very confused about how the government might work and how things are interconnected and how you really can work with people in both governments to make change happen effectively. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand the system, if you have clarity in your own hierarchy. And so one thing that's been confusing about the SNED as opposed to the SED, and the SED, if you're not spending your life following these different dialogues, there was one person in charge of the dialogue at each side. So for the US side, it was Hank Paulson. The Chinese side started off with Vice Premier Wu Yi and then moved to Wang Shizhan. In the SNED, you've got two heads. So we have the State Department head, which was Hillary Clinton, now John Kerry, and then you have the Treasury Department also leading from the other side, on the economic side as opposed to the strategic. So there's not just one person to go to. So the only person where you really know is truly in charge has got to be the president. That system can work well. It does create some confusion. It's certainly on the Chinese side. And I would argue that some would suggest on the US side, even amongst the US government, it also creates some confusion as to how these things work. The second thing I would say is, in addition to a clear hierarchy of how you're going to progress and discuss issues, you want to have really good communication channels. So you were talking about the hotline. Well, we actually set up a hotline between the Treasury Department and Madame Wu Yi's office. It was one of the first things we did. We spent a lot of time. It was really great. Everybody was excited about it. And then you realize with mobile phones, it really isn't necessary anymore. But it's the idea. It's the fact that we want to go through bureaucratic pain in order to prove that we want to talk to each other more often. And that has been very effective. But in this, if you're going to put together a team to be negotiating, whether it be a track 1 dialogue with government to government or track 1.5 where you're mixing in NGOs and experts, or if it's a track 2 type of dialogue, you want to know who are your key contact people. Who is the person who's going to be up all night to be able to answer the phone call when something comes along that's important. And that doesn't matter if it's a track 2 dialogue. You can have really important things happening and breaking at all times. So you want to make sure that your communication is clear, you know who calls, and how you work on it. So when I worked for Paulson, I was the one that got called because everybody knew you could find me at any time, day or night. And Melanie worked with Podesta. Everybody knew that you could get a hold of Melanie if you want to get a hold of Podesta. It's that type of thing. So I would say that your top guy is honestly often not your most important one. They might be the one doing the press statements and the rest of it, but they're not the one who's going to be on call at all times. And I can guarantee you when Melanie was working with Podesta, she did an awful lot of advising to him and suggesting, here's how you want to answer to the message that I just brought you. And so that's another thing to remember, is that your staff are the most important people in your lives, though most people figure that out. So just quickly, you want to make sure you can track your progress. We had it in the SED and still do it in the SNED and kind of all of the dialogues. You want some kind of concrete written document which says, here's what we've accomplished. So in the SED, we accomplished, for all of you who take the direct flight from Dulles Airport to Beijing, that was one of the outcomes of the first SED. And we're all grateful for it. It's one of my highest
big round of
accomplishments. But that was something simple, because then every time we got on the airplane, we knew, oh yeah, we're making progress. We have done something already. Commercial deals, we do MOUs to kind of show cooperation, but also using government programs. Eco-partnership is still a thriving program that allows different groups to be able to get government blessing to say, yes, you're doing great work. You want to be able to look back. Mutual benefit and swallowing pride. So one of the really interesting areas with the SED was around the RMB and the currency issue. So if you've worked in China, you know that the value of the currency is something that just is a critical political issue on both sides. And when we started off with it, we had to sit down with Wu Yi and say, this is an issue that I can't drop. And having a pre-agreement with her to say, this is such a hot political issue, I have to talk about it in the press every time I talk about China, but let's take a step back and talk about what are the issues that we're really trying to focus on. So in that case, it was about financial reforms and China needing to rebalance its economy. Those are the underlying issues below the political one. And as soon as we could say, this is a political issue, it is important, but it's important on a political issue, and let's focus on how we can actually change things to help support you and help me in the long run, it makes all the difference. So Wu Yi said, yes, fine, you talk to your press, I'm going to talk to my press too. That was fine. We knew she had to talk to her press, and everybody had this common understanding of how to work it through. And the currency appreciated 20%. It's gone even better since then, but it still is, it's just an example of how you can actually work on things. Most important is no surprises. So if you think about it, the easiest way to undermine trust is to surprise each other. And this is where having communication, pick up the phone, whether you're in China, you're in the US, you live in Hawaii, wherever it is, and say, I just heard that this happened. Is this true? Or I know when your boss talks to my boss tomorrow, here's what they're going to say. So we had long conversations. Every time State Council had a meeting, I would get a phone call that said, here's what was just discussed in our State Council meeting. Here's what might happen and how it will impact you. We would go back, think about it. I would call back and say, okay, this is going to be our response. How is that going to affect you? you're not ever not going to do what you want to do, but you can work together to be able to create a much better cooperative dynamic than if you go and surprise them. Sometimes we think that, oh, you don't want to tell them because then they'll be prepared and they'll have all their statements out there. Well, the reality is, if they're able to prepare and you can talk about it together, you can likely talk to the person who's writing the statement for the boss who's going to say it and help them draft a statement in a way that's a much more constructive statement than if they had just gone on it when they were surprised and frustrated with you. And I say they in this case because it might be us who's the they, or it might be the other side. And the other thing is, you always want to make sure that people look good in front of their bosses. And I would do that here, working with people in the US. You want to make sure you can help them. But in China, it makes a big difference because their bosses help give them promotions and other things. And there's nothing better than having the person that you're really good friends with, working closely with you, get a promotion. Because then they only can help you more the next time around. So I will conclude with that. Happy to talk substance. But sometimes, especially after we've already had such a great overview of the world, that it's nice to talk about some practicalities.
Thank you very much. So I'll turn it over to Melanie.
Sure, so I'll dive in and give a few concrete examples in the energy and climate space of where the US and China stand on acting as partners. We've seen a big shift in recent years in energy and climate, changing from being what seems to be primarily competition between the US and China, competition over who does what under the UNFCCC, competition over energy trade issues, over oil and gas leases around the world, to an area where it's very clear that top leaders in Beijing and in Washington see this as our biggest area of potential collaboration and our biggest opportunity to act as partners. A lot of that work started when Taya was at the helm over at Treasury, rolling out some great new initiatives like the 10-year framework, and that's only gained speed under the first term and now second term of the Obama administration. So I'm going to touch on 5 issues that are really moving forward but still need a lot of work. One is joint research and development of clean energy technologies. One of our big problems working with China as a partner on anything related to technology is the lack of respect in the Chinese legal system for foreign IPR. That drives a lot of deals to a halt, and that's sent a lot of US companies who originally thought that China would be a great opportunity, sent them coming back home, not only giving up on the Chinese market, but going to their members of Congress complaining that working with China isn't in US interests. One thing that we really are going to have to figure out how to work around is how to be a good partner with China on technology issues while also protecting US interests, particularly IPR interests. And one of the path-breaking initiatives on that front is the Clean Energy Research Centers. That's a partnership between the US Department of Energy and China's Ministry of Science and Technology. And what they did is they picked 3 critical issue areas: clean vehicles, clean coal, and energy efficiency buildings, and created a safe umbrella-like framework where companies and universities in both nations could work together, develop new technologies, and know that the joint product would be protected, that what they put into the program, both sides would be able to get out. And that is creating a great new model for how the US and China can partner on technology development. The problem is that model is pretty limited to those 3 projects. One of the reasons why it works is because the DOE is backing it on the US side, and the Ministry of Science and Technology is backing it on the Chinese side, and there's lots of heavy government involvement. And so we don't yet have a really great model for how we can break past that, having your government overseers make sure nothing gets stolen. But it's great to see that at least within a protective umbrella, US and Chinese companies can work together and do things that they probably could not have done on their own. That's very promising. Another area that I see huge hope for over the next few years is Chinese direct investment in the U.S. energy sector. Taya mentioned the Chinese attempt to acquire Unocal, which didn't go very well. Since then, other deals have gone fantastically. The same firm that didn't do well at the first deal has changed their strategy and is now quite a success in the U.S. oil and gas markets. Here in the U.S., we still have a lot of work to do to bring some clarity to our FDI policies and help Chinese firms understand that they are actually welcome in this market. And we do appreciate having Chinese capital come in and create U.S. jobs, but that those opportunities are going to be focused on certain areas of the market that don't touch on national security issues. We haven't done a very good job at communicating where those safe life issues are versus where the security concerns are. That's created a lot of distrust, but I think we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel on that issue. The Obama administration has funded the Select USA initiative to do more work on clarifying our FDI policy and on bringing investors from abroad into the U.S. market, and that's a great way where the U.S. and China can work together as partners. We can't do anything about China's IPR regime at home, but what we can do is welcome Chinese firms to come here and operate within our own IPR regime, within our own regulatory structure. And if Chinese firms are able to succeed on that type of level playing field, I think that's one of the strongest messages we can send to Beijing, that perhaps some of the trade protectionism that we don't like might not actually be so necessary for Chinese success in the long run. Another big issue that's come up in U.S. and China climate relations is the attempt to work together to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs. That was the big outcome of the presidential shirt sleeve summit at Sunnylands last summer. For people that aren't into big followers of climate change, hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, probably sounds kind of boring and small, but actually that's one of the biggest things we can do to stop the pace of global warming. And that's been a difficult issue for the U.S. and China to work on in past, because in climate negotiations, we've been stuck on opposite sides of a firewall. The U.S. is a rich, developed country. China is a still developing country, and we've been at loggerheads over how our two nations are going to divide their responsibilities on taking action to slow the pace of global warming. The great thing about working on HFCs is it's sort of a sideline issue that can break us out of some of the current negotiation bottlenecks, but also make great progress in terms of impact. And we've come to initial agreement on that issue, but haven't actually nailed down the kind of actions that our two nations can take together. So that's hopeful, but still more work needed. A fourth issue where we are starting to work together as partners but not having enough movement on the ground is shale gas exploration. The U.S. is a big market leader in shale gas. Initial estimates suggest that China may actually have more shale gas reserves than we do. So China has much to gain from bringing U.S. technology over and helping to bring those reserves up out of the ground. We do have initial presidential level agreement on shale gas cooperation that was signed in 2009. We have very clear reasons to partner on this. The U.S. companies would love to see China's own shale gas development go well. If China doesn't have good environmental safeguards and that triggers big pollution crises in China, that can impact public willingness here in the United States to allow oil and gas companies to do drilling here. So there are many levels of reasons to cooperate. Unfortunately, our cooperation thus far has been pretty superficial. We've had lots of Chinese groups coming over here, doing tours of U.S. sites, listening politely to U.S. suggestions for how things might roll forward in China, but a lot of the Chinese geographical information is still kept secret. And so it's very difficult to have a very frank conversation about what the market might look like in China and about how the U.S. might be able to help and how we might be able to work collaboratively. One more issue that I'd like to flag in the energy space is security in the Middle East. The United States has very long been a security guarantor in the Middle East region and for sea lanes around the world to make sure that energy supplies are able to come to market and then move from Middle East and other producing regions to China and other nations in Asia. The U.S. is fast becoming less of an energy importer, and China is fast becoming the biggest energy importer in the world. And that raises a question of how China will potentially become more of a partner with the United States in securing our global sea lanes and securing Mideast stability writ large. That's a big open question. I know, as a taxpayer, I would appreciate having Chinese citizens share that burden, but I know the U.S. military might be a little, that's a difficult question to see how we can cede some of our current position to the PLA as China develops, but that will be another big area where China could be a partner. And in conclusion, I think it's interesting that on these energy issues, we have full realization on both sides of the Pacific that these are our biggest opportunities to work together. We have very grand statements on all of these issues. We have lots of new agreements to cooperate on the table through the SNED and other forums. But when you get down to brass tacks, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of actually having real impact. You know, shale gas being one example where we have a presidential agreement on the table, but we don't have access to China's geographic data, so there's only so much that we can do to help. You know, the HFCs being a much touted presidential agreement from the Shirt Sleeve Summit, but we still haven't managed to nail that down and make real progress forward. So I think we're at a really interesting transition point in the U.S.-China relationship where we see very clear reasons to collaborate. We've made great strides in actually putting some markers on the table on how we can get things done, but we still need to bring the ball the rest of the way forward.
Thank you very much. I think we can be a bit more optimistic in Middle East and the like because it doesn't necessarily have to involve the PLA, right? If China essentially brings its diplomatic resources to bear, Abbas-Netanyahu meeting didn't go anywhere. We don't need, the PLA doesn't have to be part of it. And their peacekeeping has been mostly non-combat as well. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to questions from the audience. We have 2 microphones, and they're, thank you, at the top.
Hi, David Sedney. The question, I guess, is primarily for Phil. In the terms of the kind of cooperative, positive, mill-to-mill engagement, what kind of obstacle do you see the continuing presence of the restrictions in our law from the 2000 National Defense Authorization Act? I spoke to a fairly high-ranking Chinese military official just a few weeks ago, and he beat me up on that. I don't think there's any likelihood the U.S. Congress will appeal that. But do you think trying to make an effort to change that law would be something that would help it in the kind of scenarios you laid forward, or is that something that we should just put in the past and forget about and ask the Chinese to do the same?
No, it's a good question, and I live under that law because all of our interactions with the PLA and counterparts have to be compliant with it and recorded. It is something that offends the Chinese because it singles them out as a specific source of problems and need for special concern. And at that level, I think they think of it as insulting. At a practical level within DoD, I can't think of cases where it stops us from doing something that makes sense. It is a pain sometimes to go through all the procedures necessary to show that you're complying with it, and that limits, just because you're spending time doing paperwork and reviewing and getting approved, it is a sort of a tax on cooperation. But I can't think of things where we think this is a good idea, something that we ought to be doing with China, and you say, but the law stops us from that.
Sorry, I apologize for jumping in with the second point. Because of my prior responsibilities when I was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia, unfortunately, Phil, I can think of a number of such things and be happy to talk to you about it later.
Okay. Well, at least in my world, I don't see cases, because what the law has some flexibility, and it says inappropriate exposure. You know, but frankly, if you're not able to defend what you are doing before Congress, you ought to be having second thoughts about it, in my view.
Great. Over here.
And I'd just add, and if you can't do it, it's not going to be sustainable anyway.
That's right.
Hello, Fred Chang from American University. I have a question from Mr. Philip. It has something to do with my PhD dissertation. It's about Americans' expectation about China's role during the reconstruction period in Afghanistan. Because, you know, for almost a decade, China has been trying to withdraw its steps in the whole reconstruction period process in Afghanistan. But right now, it seems that there are some signals that Chinese government trying to change its position over this issue because some Chinese officials believe that there is some kind of correlations between the terrorist movement in Afghanistan and the terrorist attacks in China's Xinjiang province. For your opinion, what is United States' expectation about China's role after the withdrawal of United States troops? Thank you.
Well, I think it starts with that common sense that China is directly affected by what happens in Afghanistan. You share a border with it, so there's a physical connection. And as you mentioned, the possible role of Afghanistan as a sanctuary for terrorist groups operating in China, that's a big security problem. And this is a case also where I think the broad interest in a stable Afghanistan and a central government that has some degree, some ability to maintain security and sovereignty, and an economic relationship that doesn't, economic conditions that doesn't create breeding ground for terrorism. I mean, I think those are areas where the US and China share common interests. And it is going to be a difficult transition, not only from a security standpoint as US and NATO forces withdraw, but the economic piece of all that presence, all that aid, is going to ramp down pretty dramatically. And that is going to be a problem in Afghanistan. China, I think, has security interests there. You have some economic interests there, both in terms of the copper mine, but other things as well. And so there's motivation, I think, for China to be more active. And I think the US is looking for ways to help facilitate that, certainly not to obstruct it. As for what US expectations are, it's to do more and to do constructive things. And I'm just going to say, of course, a lot of that is to be worked out with the Afghan government, but China's willingness to cooperate with other countries who are also donors, who are also trying to do positive things. I mean, I think that's the area where China has been most standoffish, preferring to do it all bilaterally. And there is scope for synergy there because the US and China bring different things to the table in trying to help.
I mean, I think counterterror is an obvious issue area where, you know, you have all sorts of opportunities and reasons to cooperate. The Tianjin meeting is the Tianjin meeting of the Heart of Asia or Istanbul process that's happening in August, I think, is a symbol of China's desire to play a stepped-up diplomatic role. But I would just add that the way trends are working with extremism, especially in that region, it used to be possible to sort of, you know, distinguish groups by which countries they were targeting. So China was a bit reticent to, you know, pitch in on cooperating against groups that weren't necessarily targeting China. Well, what's happened is that's no longer possible. These groups are all intermingled. They're sometimes training one another. So the threats that come to any given country are coming from the same groups. So all of our countries have an interest in cooperating, even if that's not overt, even if it's just behind the scenes sharing information, because groups that target China today have targeted yesterday the US or Afghanistan or other countries. And they do it literally Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They'll target one country, Tuesday, Thursday, and it's often the same groups, and they have different hats. So the way things are moving, I think, will also force our two countries to play a much more cooperative role in the region. This hand went up first.
Thanks for the forum. This question, I guess, essentially is for all among you all. Could you give a sense or a survey of China's interest, economic interest in Europe? Within the past month, Mr. Xi was in Germany. Some agreements were announced out of that meeting. So could we get your sense of their interests westward? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure. So China is always looking for ways to reinvigorate their economic base. Europe has been the largest consumer of Chinese products. They have deep, deep economic roots there. Actually, interestingly enough, don't tend to have great relations with the EU because the EU is not able to be flexible and work with China the way that the Chinese would often like to be able to work. So if you remember, probably 3 years ago, there were some issues with France where the Chinese literally cut off all of their tourists who wanted to go to France, and it had a big economic impact in France. The French changed their opinion and suddenly the tourists went back and everybody was happy. I would just say in the big picture, Europe matters a ton to China, and they're going to be focusing on it as everybody's trying to get the economy kickstarted.
Great. So we had one here, and then right here in the middle. How much time do we have?
Yeah, I'm Bird Wong from China's Guangming Daily. Thank you very much for your speech. I have a question for the panel. So what's the implication or negative impact by President Obama's trip to Japan? We all know that in the joint statement, there is clear input of the Daly Island under the Article 5. So what's the implication or negative impact on U.S.-China's cooperation or trust, or even a personal relationship between Obama and Xi Jinping? What measures would be taken by the state side to deal with this kind of an impact?
Well, I think what you saw the president do is a restatement of established U.S. policy. And China was not happy to have that restatement made at the presidential level. But the fact is that China has been pushing on maritime territorial disputes throughout the region, including on the Senkaku Diaoyu issue. And it's not surprising that that has alarmed and concerned countries in the region, and they've asked the U.S. to clarify and to repeat their statement. So it's not something new, but it's also not necessarily a U.S. initiative. It's based on part of China's behavior and the concerns that that's caused within the region. So it's an interactive thing, but it's certainly not the U.S. changing its policy or doing something it needs to apologize for.
So I think we
can I just jump in on that?
Yeah, go
one?
ahead, sorry.
I think that's exactly correct. And if you're going to watch these ups and downs on a regular basis and who says what about things, then you're just getting really pulled aside with a crisis of the day. The thing that's happened recently, which I think really does fundamentally impact U.S.-China relations, is Gina McCarthy's visit to Taiwan. And that's one where both sides had put themselves, the U.S. said she had to go, MEP, the Ministry of Environmental Protection, said that if she went, they were not going to be able to continue cooperation. And that is the longest standing cooperation between the U.S. and China over 30 years, the deepest connections between EPA and MEP that we've ever had with China, other than the economic ties through the commercial sector. And if that connection is cut off, then that fundamentally changes how we are working together as two countries. The stuff the Foreign Ministry and the State Department say, it kind of moves aside quickly.
So we really have very little time left. Can I just take 3 questions at once, and then each one of you can choose the one you want to answer? Yeah.
Alfred Toussaint, Nova Technology Partners. So there seems to be a zero-sum gain posture with regards to China's South China Sea and East China Sea ancestral claims versus the counterclaims of its maritime neighbors. This posture seems to be going nowhere, clearly. In the spirit of partnership, has the Chinese leadership considered splitting the baby? That is, go to the Japanese, for example, and say, hey, let's split it, 49-51, 51-49. One side will be called Senkaku, the other one Diaoyu. Let's jointly develop and jointly benefit from it, while at the same time assuring peaceful coexistence going forward. Same proposition to its other neighbors. Why is this not an acceptable conflict resolution framework?
So we're just going to take 2 more questions. Up here in the middle. Thank you. There, yeah, fine.
Steve Winters. I was very impressed by your discussion of developing personal relations and trust with Chinese leaders and negotiators. But I noticed in the earlier discussions today from the other panels, there was a lot of talk, for example, about a consciousness of century of humiliation, victim status, and so forth and so on. I just wondered, did you have any observations of that sort of mentality or feeling in terms of the people you were dealing with, influencing how they were interacting with someone from the U.S., and how did you deal with that?
Great. And the final question here in the middle.
Adolphus Abogan. My question is about climate change mostly. We know from the scientific explanation that the Earth was covered by the sea, and that with climate change, the sea regress, leave space to the Earth. But today we're talking about climate change all the time in media, in all conference and colloque, and they never explained to us what was the matrix or the speed at which the climate was changing from the beginning of the Earth. And today, what makes that change more dangerous, and we're talking about it, because to compare the climate change from the beginning of the Earth, it sounds like the climate change never happened and it's today it's happening. So I would like to know if you can comment a little bit about what was the speed of the climate changing, impacting the pollution or the pollution from the beginning. And now, since the beginning of the climate change issue and conference all over, so what is the difference? What is the matrix used and the matrix used to make the difference about that change from the beginning of the Earth? Because the climate was changing anyway from the beginning. And then now, what is the difference of speed and that which make it dangerous today? Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me be concise. China has in the past compromised on some of its land border disputes, but it's done so primarily when it wants to improve relations with neighboring countries to better manage instability or ethnic problems. And of course, with maritime disputes on all these islands, there's nobody living there permanently to be managed. And it's as much a political and nationalist issue as it is a territorial issue or a value of the resources issue, in which case it's easier to divide the pie. And I think on these issues it's gotten harder. There is the potential for joint development approaches, which set aside the issue of sovereignty and try to find ways to jointly exploit and share the resources. That's part of China's policy, but despite a couple attempts, no successful examples. And the other main approach is trying to deal with this as a matter of international law and try to find a way to resolve the problems that way, which the Philippines is trying to do right now, and China's very negative on the notion of taking it to a court when the judgment might not go their way.
There are different views throughout the Chinese bureaucracy
it is more
as well.
complicated than that.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, there are a lot of people that are looking at, for example, clarifying the 9-dash line, certainly in foreign ministry and places where you've got a lot of lawyers, but the pressure is particularly created by nationalism, created by Xi Jinping's desire to become a maritime power makes it very difficult.
So I'll just go to this one with a quick story. Probably about 5 years ago, a friend had come over for dinner, and she's going to make us a Chinese dinner. And she told me what she wanted to make, and so I go to pull things out of the fridge, and she wanted an onion. I didn't have an onion. I was like, here's some shallots, that will work. And she just looks at me and says, 5,000 years, we've tried every combination. Onion is the best. Like, okay. Sorry, I don't have the onions. So then a couple of years later, we were again making dinner, because we all had fun doing that. And I'm like, okay, I've got all the different ingredients, but she said, oh, no, that's okay. We can substitute this one now. It's not a problem. And I'm thinking, what's the difference? Well, the difference is that we spent time together, and 5,000 years had produced the best, but she no longer had to do the best for me, that we could work and be more flexible together. So yes, have I sat in more speeches about how China is a developing country and how we need to be working with China and supporting China, and they deserve technology transfer without having to pay for it? Yes. But once you get through those speeches and you pursue and just keep going, you end up finding the people underneath all of that. Because honestly, a lot of people don't believe that a lot more than people believe the speeches they make here when they're giving a démarche or other things. 5,000 years perfected culinary experience.
They're pretty good.
And you know what? I believe it. You get it.
So I'll just make a quick response on the climate change issue. The complexities of different substances going into the air and how they interact with the sun to change our temperature is a very big question. But there are pieces of it that we can see very clearly and that we can figure out how to address. One thing we can see very clearly is that when the US and China use types of equipment that put soot into the air, so old coal plants or inefficient diesel generators, when soot goes into the air, a lot of it drifts towards the Arctic, and black particles of soot land on the Arctic snow. The color black absorbs more sunlight than the color white, so that heats up the surface of snow and ice in the Arctic. It speeds the rate at which snow and ice melts, so we have disappearing glaciers, and then the level of the sea begins to rise, and we lose pieces of land along our coasts. The US and China are both nations with a very long coastline, and sea level rise is a terrifying thing for some of our biggest cities, some of our most critical economic centers. So New York and Shanghai would be in very dire straits if the sea level rose by some of the predictions that we're getting today. And that gives us a very clear reason to try to work together to reduce the particles of soot coming out of engines in our two nations and around the world, so that we can slow the rate at which the snow is covered by that type of pollution and the rate at which sea levels rise and threaten our cities.
With that, Oriana's going to give us the... Yeah, we're just going to move right into our concluding panel right now. Thank you very much to our panelists.
Shortly, we thought it was a good idea to take a moment at the end of a very long day, many panels, many speeches, to give some concluding remarks on potential ways forward. The inspiration for this conference for me really stems from many of the panelists heard today. In reading article after article, one of the main things that I do is what the debate is. What is the range of the debate? And where the disagreement lies. It seems to me that in many cases, when different people are debating issues, the split depends on their view of China. China as a partner, China as a rule maker, China as a rule breaker, or perhaps trying to look at how China is seeing the issue in and of itself. And that regardless of the areas that we're talking about, whether it's institutions or military modernization or economic ties, that there are always sort of two sides to every story. With international institutions, is it a good idea to involve China as much as possible in these institutions to enmesh them in the current global order, to provide some sort of restraints or shaping of China's choices so that we can have the peaceful rise that all countries are hoping for? Or institutions just leverage for zero-sum purposes, that the more involved China is in international institutions, they're just acquiring a new type of power that they can leverage in their own self-interest to the detriment of other countries. The trade-off also exists in economic ties. Are we in a situation in which Asia, which is now more economically integrated than Europe, that economic integration is leading to more peace and incentives for stability? Or are we in a situation in which asymmetric power, specifically Chinese economic power over its neighbors, are leading to incentives for coercion? You can see some cases for the former and some cases for the latter. It seems we also debated today, what do we want? What does China want? Does the United States really want a more active China? Would it be good for the United States if China began to define its interests globally? If China, for example, got rid of the non-interference policy that we've heard about before? I always contend, I think that there's many cases in which people would say that it would be better if China adapted and was more flexible with non-interference. But then I would also warn and say that maybe US officials that are so used to other countries accommodating US preferences might not be so happy as China becomes more intimately involved in some of the areas that they've currently taken a hands-off approach about. On our rulemaker panel, there were many comments being made that sort of showed this two sides. One was that we want China to join international institutions, and we want them to make rules on the one hand, but not at the expense of other countries on the other hand. Right? To me, there seems to be a very clear tension between all of these issue areas. And on an issue-to-issue basis, we might be able to make judgments. Okay, is this an area in which China is acting as a partner, or a rulemaker, rule breaker? But then you move to bilateral, multilateral, global. You can't do it on an issue-by-issue basis. There's too many permutations and combinations. And so I think this is driving people to try to connect all these behaviors in some sort of overarching theme. We want to know what the strategy is. And we want consistency. We think that there's some sort of playbook that will tell us how we can predict what all countries are going to do in certain situations. Given the stakes that we are currently facing, it seems to me that many people, at least in the United States, if not in China as well, no longer want to cross the river by feeling for the stones. We want to know exactly where every pebble in that river is. And this is, in my mind, an impossible standard. But the purpose of the conference today was hopefully to get us a little bit closer, to maybe identify a few of those stones, and at least we have a sense of what we know and what we don't know. So I hope that we achieve that goal today. And those were, that's sort of the main goal I had in all of this, is perhaps not only to clarify for our audience members, but even clarify for myself what it is that we are currently facing and the challenges and opportunities that we have in front of us. But with that, I'll pass it over to.
Oh, great.
Do you want me to?
No, it's okay. So I'll just be very quick. I'm grateful for everyone for coming today. I found it a very useful conference to look at China and all of its complexity. I still remain relatively optimistic because we heard today about ideological constraints, how difficult it is for the Chinese when they have non-interference and the 5 principles of coexistence and hide your capacities and bide your time, et cetera. But above all, the Chinese are very pragmatic. And so there usually is a very cold calculation of Chinese interests in any given situation, but increasingly those are overlapping. And as I said earlier, particularly in places farther and farther away from China, where China simply needs to have peace and stability because it has people on the ground, it has investments and the like. There has been also a bit of a socialization process, which is we work very differently in many ways. And so getting some type of confidence in those areas, places like countries in Africa that are undergoing unrest, Middle East to a certain extent, and even in South America, I think there's opportunities. So hopefully by working on those, we understand a bit more about how we work on different things. One thing is, for example, we spoke a little bit about new type of major power relations. There's a difference in viewpoint. In the US, we just want to get going on something. We don't wait for sort of mutual trust to already exist. We recognize an opportunity, there's something that we both need to get done, and we do it. And through the process, we create trust, and maybe we'll get to a grand concept afterwards, whereas the Chinese sort of start with the concept and then work down to the details. These are just things of sort of cultural, historical, it's things that can be dealt with through further interaction. So based on that, based on the fact that we have a plethora, an increase in non-traditional security threats, everything from terrorism to climate change to drug trafficking to nuclear weapons, I think that we have a lot of areas on which we can work, and in so doing, not allowing the areas on which we do have differences in, for example, we might have the same goal but very different approaches, trying to navigate that. But there are situations in which our goals and our approaches also diverge, and those shouldn't prevent progress on the very many issues on which there are ways to move forward.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I'd like to welcome Dave Maxwell. He's the Associate Director of Georgetown University's Center for Security Studies and our Security Studies program. He's also a 30-year veteran of the U.S. Army, which the majority of his assignments, I think, were in Asia. So I'll turn it to you for some of your thoughts on the conference.
Thank you, Ariana. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I've really had a great day listening to, I think, some very distinguished scholars and practitioners, which I think from a Georgetown perspective, and specifically from the Security Studies program, we really focus on the nexus of theory and practice. And today, I think every speaker was able to demonstrate the synthesis of theory and practice. And for our Georgetown students that are here, I think this has been a great opportunity. So I'd like to thank all of the speakers who have participated, because I think the information, the ideas, the discussion is very important. It's obviously very timely. The president is in Asia, as we speak, and so I'm thankful for Oriana and Stephanie to time this just right.
To have given up our space on Air Force One, really.
Yes, yeah. But the panels themselves, I think, were very unique. Each of the topics, the themes that Oriana and Stephanie have developed, really allowed us to hear alternative perspectives, those perceptions, and I think sometimes more importantly, the misperceptions. And we've heard a lot today, a lot of important things about the trauma myth complex, and of course the Chinese dream, China rising versus China rejuvenation, provocative statements from James Mulvenin. I really like the idea of China having to centralize its cyber for the perverse reason that those processes would grind it to a halt, just as it is here in the United States. So I think those kind of statements, though, while provocative, are important. And we've heard much today about keeping our eye on the strategic relationship, the need for effective cooperation, reducing or preventing surprise, and again, strategic communications and crisis management, and developing those relationships that will be able to allow us to manage crises and maintain open lines of communication. I really would like to thank Stephanie and Oriana for their vision and for the work that they've done to do this. I think everybody will agree with me in saying that this is one of the finest conferences that we get here in Washington, D.C. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Institute of Peace, first of all, for this fine venue and just a great day. But it's not facilities that make things great. It's really the people. And the people on the staff of USIP, they deserve a great round of applause, and I really appreciate all their hard work. And to partner with Georgetown and our staff, this is really, I hope, the start of a great partnership for the future. Not everybody was here probably all day, and so to those of you that missed the earlier panels, which again were excellent, I commend you to the USIP or the Georgetown websites to be able to watch these panels. I think that filming these and having these for posterity will provide professors and students with a lot of good material for future discussion and dialogue in the classroom and outside of it. Lastly, I'd like to thank Philip and Patricia Bilden and the Asian Security Studies Fund that they've established, because their generosity has really allowed USIP and Georgetown to partner to bring this conference together for all of us here. And so with that, I think we will conclude, and I say thank you for everybody for joining us here today, and I'd like to give everybody a round of applause, USIP, Georgetown staff, and Oriana and Stephanie.
Thank you. If I had a gavel, it'd be official. Have a great weekend.
It's really